All right, folks, we're going to, for real, start in 2 minutes. So please take your seats. If you're noticing that delegates that you know are here aren't here, if you can make sure to encourage them to come get seated, we would appreciate it. All right, good morning, everybody. Hello, delegates. Woo! We made it. You're here. Thank you so much. I am Shasti Conrad, chair of the Washington State Democratic Party. And I will be your temporary convention chair until we elect a permanent chair just for the convention. So thank you so much for engaging in our convention process as delegates. I also wanted to just do a couple housekeeping things. So you all are seated in your various delegations with your legislative districts. We last time we had it in the 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers in the front. This time we flipped that and we have the 40s in the front. I want to thank the 40th for being in the corner and being cool and chill. Thank you, 40th. And we've heard from the 49th who traveled so far, and they're here. They are not happy about being in the corner, but they are here. So, all right. Bathrooms are located right outside these doors. Those of you who've been here yesterday, you know where they are. There's also a coffee stand outside, and we do have some coffee in the lobby if you need anything. All right. I hope folks have had a great weekend so far in Spokane. It's been beautiful. Thank you to our host city. We appreciate you, Spokane. And before I officially get started, I would like to appoint my officers for today's meeting, at least until we get to the election of the permanent chair. So for secretary, it will be our state party secretary, Diane Young. For parliamentarian, yeah, she just remembered that. Yeah, Diane, that's you. For parliamentarian, our state party parliamentarian, National Rules Committee member, and one of our representatives to the DNC, David McDonald. For Sergeant at Arms, we have Derek Reynolds, Shannon Turner, Jeremy Moselle, Azim the Dream Underwood, and Ray Dumas. Yes, they are in the orange vest. For timekeepers, we will be having our staff member Kendall Oler will be keeping time. And for our tally committee, who will be helping you all vote virtually today, I will be appointing members of our WSDCC Technology Committee, along with staff members Alex Erickson, Stuart Ashford, and Adrian Mendoza. So, yes, thank you to everybody. I want to thank the staff for everything they've done to get us to this weekend. A really, really special thank you to Isabella Maffei. Our party affairs manager. You all have put her through some things, so you better clap really loud and proud for Isabella. Alex Erickson, our data manager, has been doing an amazing job. My assistant, Calais Isabor, who runs my life, and Adrian Mendoza, our operations manager, who helped make all of this come together, and our executive director, Maria Leininger, and all of our staff. Thank you so much. Finally, I want to remind people that we have a packed agenda, and we will lose access to this room and need to end this convention at 5 p.m. this evening, no matter what. So we do need to keep everything moving to make sure that we can get to that point. So with that, let's get started. As we start all of our meetings, I want to start with a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded land of the Spokane people, and that these lands were once the major trading center for the Spokanes as they shared this place and welcomed other area tribes through their relations, history, trade, and ceremony. We also want to acknowledge that the land holds the spirit of the place through its knowledge, culture, and all the original peoples since time immemorial. As we take a moment to consider the impacts of colonization, may we also acknowledge the strengths and resiliency of the Spokanes and their relatives. As we work together making decisions that benefit all, may we do so as one heart, one mind, and one spirit. We are grateful to be on the shared lands of the Spokane people and ask for the support of their ancestors and all relations. We ask that you recognize these injustices that forever change the lives of the Spokane people and all their relatives. Thank you. And with that, I would now like to welcome up the Spokane Tribal Chairman Greg Abrahamson to provide the native welcome. Come on up, Chair. Chairman, are you here? Okay, we will come back. Okay, wait. Welcome Joe McGimsey. Okay, Joe McGimsey, our CD6 rep, will come up. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, you come up. Yeah, come to the stage, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
And you would be more than welcome to stand with me.
I will.
Okay? Sure. Achoksa dubasa. Ya Bishop Zixach. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for being here today. And we encourage you, like the ancestors' land that we are on, to remember that you speak with your heart, that you speak for everyone, because all tribes are inclusive. We love you, and we've been here since the beginning of time. That's how sacred the trees, the land, the water, the swimmers, the flyers, the crawlers, they're all one and connected. That's how important this land is. And it's just as much yours also. It's not just ours, but we love you folks because we are human. And we encourage you to speak from your heart today and to support Shasti. Thank you very much today. Can I chant?
Yes, please.
Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, Dutch is good. Shitkoe, Shaukaskui, 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 Thank you, Grandfather, for you are the creator of all good things. And as we look for that kui, that medicine, we ask you, Grandfather, to help bring that medicine to us, to all of us, and put it in our hearts so that we can speak from our heart. Kleko, kleko. Thank you for the honor. Love you. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Isabella.
Wow. Thank you so much, Joe McGimsey. Thank you. Wow, powerful. I would now like to welcome to the stage the WSDCC's Veterans and Military Families Caucus for the Color Guard and the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are a veteran or an active service member, we would like to invite you to come to the front of the stage to be honored while we start the pledge. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you very much.
We thank you all for your service. Please follow me on the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Color guard, attention. Color guard, retreat.
Thank you so much, Veterans and Military Families Caucus, and to all of our service members and veterans. Thank you so much. I just love this community. Thank you. I would now like to welcome to the stage Maile Esperas to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you so much. That was such a beautiful performance. Thank you so much, Maile. Thank you. And now I would like to welcome Dennis Ashley from the Spokane Unity Spiritual Center to give our invocation.
Would you join me in an opening prayer? And because we have so many different religious beliefs and spiritual pathways represented here, I invite you to close your eyes and turn inward into the simple beauty of unity and love and hope. So deep within us, we breathe in with grateful hearts, and we breathe out both friendship and love. Of course, we are here to bring powerful and loving and lasting change. Yet at the same time, let's be grateful for the amazing blessings that we already have. Deep within us, we remember that for all the challenges that confront us, help us to remember the gifts that we already have in our state, in our cities, in our nation, and we as individuals. We really are blessed in so many ways. So we ask for divine guidance and wisdom that will light our pathways now and as we move out from this room into the world of decisions and action. Bless all the people who work in the name of simply doing what's right. And please give all leaders the willingness to learn from each other and the wisdom and grace to listen to the voices of all people, to new ideas, and to new ways of seeing old challenges. Please teach us to use justice, equality, and compassion with every problem that confronts us. Help us to build a society where the vulnerable are protected and the marginalized uplifted. Give us the belief and the skills to bring the promise of America to more and more and more people. and inspire our leaders to have the courage of their convictions. In these complex times, please remind us that all of us hold a common humanity, that we each share so many of the same goals. And please give each of us the heart and the skills to listen, to search for understanding, to discover how much we are all alike. Teach us to overcome differences and simply to keep on keeping on. Let our words and our actions flow out of love for one another. Spirit of God, from deep within, guide our hearts and our hands as we move ever closer towards a brilliant future for all people, for our children, and for future generations. And so it is, God. So it is. Amen.
Okay, thank you so much, Dennis. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, now we have a very special video that I wanted to share with all of you from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear to welcome all of us to our general session.
Hey everyone, I'm Andy Beshear, the proud Democratic Governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. I'm also chair of the Democratic Governors Association. I want to thank the Washington State Democrats for inviting me to address the convention today. If you don't know me, I'm the guy who won in deep red Kentucky in 3 consecutive elections. For context, Donald Trump won Kentucky by 30 points in 2024, so I know a thing or two about winning as a Democrat in a red state, and I am living proof that Democrats can win anywhere, and we should be fighting everywhere. Winning as a Democrat appears to be something I share with y'all. I want to congratulate you on your recent success, sweeping the statewide elections in 2024, expanding your legislative majorities for 5 cycles in a row, holding on to purple districts in Congress. As you know, Democrats win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors, by spending 80% of our time talking about and working on things that matter to 100% of voters. Things like their jobs, their health care, their public schools, the roads and bridges they drive on, and whether they feel safe in their community. And remember, we win when we communicate about our why. Listen, as policymakers, we Democrats, we're good at the what. We put out huge policy papers and plans, but we don't talk enough about the why. Not just what we're for, but why we're for it. What drives each and every one of us? What gets us out of bed every single day to deal with the toxicity of politics because we believe so strongly that we're willing to do it? For me, my why is my faith. It's what drives me to keep going and working to make life better for the people that I serve. The actions of the Trump administration, reckless tariffs that are wrecking our economy, an ill-advised war in Iran that's costing us in American lives billions in taxpayer dollars and skyrocketing gas prices, and cuts to health care for more than 17 million Americans just to pay for tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. Those are terrible policies, but they're also leaving a big opportunity for Democrats to run and win in tough districts all across the country. It's up to us to seize that opportunity to win as many races as possible, to flip the U.S. House of Representatives and put a check on the chaos and cruelty of the Trump administration. I know that brighter days are ahead for our party and for our country. So remember, who Donald Trump is trying to make America ain't who we are. Thank you for doing the work to rebuild. Let's get out there and win races.
Thank you, Governor Beshear, who did say he would come and visit all of us sometime in the next 2 years. For reasons. All right. Now is the time for my chair's report.
Hey everyone, I'm
I
Andy
just want to
Beshear,
say
the
again,
proud
hello
Democratic
delegates.
Governor of the
Thank you
Commonwealth
all
of
for
Kentucky.
participating in
I'm
this year's state
the
convention.
chair of the Democratic
I
Governors
truly appreciate
Association.
your hard work on behalf of our party and our communities to develop a forward-looking platform that will guide our candidates and campaigns in the months and years ahead. Happy Father's Day to all the dads and found family members who enrich our lives. Yes, Happy Father's Day. Happy Pride and Immigrant Heritage Month as well.
Hey everyone,
Yes?
I'm Andy Bashir, the proud Democratic governor of the Commonwealth
Nobody
of
gets to
Kentucky.
define who
I'm also
belongs
chair
in
of the
Washington
Democratic
except the
Governors
people who call this
Association.
place home.
I want to thank
So,
the Washington State
welcome to
Democrats
Spokane.
for inviting me to address
Now,
the
while
convention
World Cup
today.
fever overtakes the nation, Spokane has a special place in this year's World Cup.
Hey everyone,
The Egyptian
I'm Andy
men's
Bashir,
national
the proud
team is training
Democratic
right
governor
here.
of the Commonwealth
When
of
we
Kentucky.
open our arms
I'm also
to
chair
guests
of the
from around
Democratic
the world, we demonstrate a strength that earns global recognition, and that is true and real leadership. And as we gather here today, we also stand with the Washingtonians recovering from wildfires in Spokane County, some just a mile or so away from here. And we thank the first responders for protecting our communities. I also want to acknowledge the unjust conviction of the Spokane Three. We support those who are holding accountable, and also we support the appeals. Democracy only works when rights are not just written down, but actually protected. So those of you who know me, you know that I always like to start with my story. I was adopted as an infant from an orphanage in Calcutta, India. My mom was a single woman in rural Oregon. She brought me home and raised me on a farm. There were sheep and chickens and ducks, and my first job was collecting eggs from the chicken coop. And sometimes I got eggs, and sometimes I got chased by chickens, which was pretty good prep for politics. Growing up, I learned what hard work looks like. I also learned this. The promise of this country is not automatic. It's not inevitable, it is built. Election by election, conversation by conversation, door by door. Too many people are doing everything right and still falling behind. That is not the bargain that this country promised. Each of us has a responsibility to build a future that gives people a real launch pad, not just for future generations, but for the people that are living here today. Healthcare that people can actually access, jobs that put food on the table, communities people can afford to stay in, a country that we are proud to hand off to the next generation. And that's why I've always said that I believe everyone deserves democratic representation. And this year, voters right here in Eastern Washington are going to have some choices because Democrats are showing up. Washington Democrats showed up across Eastern and Central Washington last year, hosting town halls, organizing volunteers, and making the case that government can still improve people's lives. Volunteers in this room put up billboards in rural communities. And that's the energy that helped Washington fight back in 2024. And delegates, this part matters. In 2024, every single state in America moved towards Republicans. Every state except one. Washington. Washington. Washington became bluer, not because demographics saved us, not because we got lucky, but because organizers organized. Candidates showed up, volunteers knocked doors, and Democrats made the case that government still has a role in actually making people's lives better. And that work elected Democrats to every single statewide office. It expanded our legislative majorities, defended against 3 conservative-backed initiatives, and protected our 8-2 Democratic congressional delegation. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because of you. And those results proved what I have always known. Washington State has the most successful Democratic Party in this entire country. We're number 1. No one on our side is sitting out this election. Everyday Democrats, including some, and I hope all, of the people in this room, are doing the work by putting up the billboards throughout Eastern and Central Washington, explaining that it's Republicans who are the reason why rural hospitals are closing and no one can afford health care. So let's hear it from the people who have made this work happen. If you live in Congressional District 1, I want to hear you. CD1? Okay, thank you, folks. 44 is holding it down. All right, thank you, 44. CD2, let's hear it. All right, CD3. You traveled pretty far, heard you, 49. CD3, CD4. Can you beat it? There we go. CD5, this is your home turf. CD6. All right. CD7. Seattle District 10, can you make them hear you all the way back home? All right! Now that is democratic enthusiasm. You all are the foundation of our party, and you are what make us function. Not always function, but you know. And you help us win elections. Because we all know that local organizing is what wins elections. Us at the Washington Democrats, we've invested over $100,000 in 2025 and 26 into local party organizations across this state. Investments helped, like with the 18th LD, who launched a podcast to reach young voters. We invested in a presence at the state fair in Puyallup. And the 37th, building relationships with Black-owned media. So these are some really great projects. And from Benton County to Yakima County to Stevens County, we are organizing everywhere. And I know you all were doing a lot of work in rural communities, so thank you. Urban, suburban, rural, everyone deserves representation. And you know what? We never took our foot off the gas after 2024. In 2025, we defended every Democratic legislative seat that needed defending. We won local races. We overperformed in every region of this state. Right here in Eastern Washington, in Central Washington, the Peninsula, the Islands, the I-5 corridor. Red areas got more competitive, purple areas got bluer, and that should make every single person in this room proud. Because Republicans know something that we should never forget. They know that our ideas are popular. People want affordable health care. They want public schools that work. They want reproductive freedom. People want an economy that rewards work, not just wealth. And when Republicans make cruel cuts that hurt working families, Washington Democrats say, enough. When Republicans hand more tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy, Washington Democrats say, enough. When politicians try to divide us by who we are, who we love, where we came from, Washington Democrats say, enough. As Republicans launch initiatives to out LGBT plus students in unsafe situations, force genital exams for female student athletes, and erase the millionaire's tax, we are saying, enough! To Trump, Vance, and the Washington GOP, we will not let you turn our state into the white Christian nationalist theocracy that you want it to be. Instead, just like J-Lo in her best movie, the 2002 classic film filmed in our Washington, we say, enough! That's for the millennials, maybe, I don't know. It was a good movie. You might have noticed, great movie. You might have noticed that the Washington GOP isn't even having a convention this year. You remember what happened in the last one? They tried to take democracy out of their platform? Yeah, okay. I remember. Washington State Republicans and their chair, Jim Walsh, will never admit it. But they know, they know their policies are unpopular. Their president is a train wreck, their Congress is dysfunctional, and their party is in disarray. Democrats everywhere are turning out the vote in August and November. We are converting undecided voters and disillusioned voters, and we are showing Republican voters that there is a better way, a society that builds prosperity for everyone. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Washington Democrats literally wrote the playbook to win elections no matter the national environment. Now, I want to take a moment to say something directly to young people, those in the room and those that are, watching on TVW, haha. No, it's great, we appreciate you, TVW. I know that this party can do better by you, and we should. You do not owe us your support. We have to earn it. We have to earn it. We see you. But don't count yourself out of politics. Politics decides whether rent is affordable, whether health care is accessible, whether your rights are protected, whether opportunity exists. We need your ideas, your energy, your leadership, and with your help, we are going to win. Because it's not just the Seahawks. Washington knows how to win. And Washington Democrats know how to win elections. Progressive policy that actually delivers results. Authentic candidates who match their communities and understand the unique challenges that they face. And a deep-rooted dedication to year-round organizing. Every year is an election year. Republicans want to steal our joy and send us back to an era where the color of your skin was more important than the content of your character. We are not going to let that happen. We are not going back. Each of us is here today with a reason for why we do this work. My reason, for me, it's my mom. I believe that she might be here with us today if she had been able to retire and access the kidney transplant that she needed to survive. And I know my story isn't unique. It's why I fight. It's why we fight. So delegates, democracy is not easy. It's messy. It's frustrating. It asks us to disagree and stay in the room. Republicans don't have that problem. Our way isn't easier. Sometimes it's a lot harder, but it is democratic. Our coalition is different. It's big, it's diverse, it's complicated. And that is not our weakness. That is democracy. That is democracy. Everyone belongs in the tent. Everyone helps build. Everyone has a voice. And I was thinking just the other day, just in the last couple of days, we had a moment of decency and thoughtfulness at the opening of the Obama Presidential Library. I don't know, it restored me a little bit. I hope you all felt it too. President Obama reminded us that progress doesn't happen because history bends on its own. It happens because people like all of us here decide to bend it. And then Michelle Obama reminded us that hope isn't something that you wait for. It's something that you create. That is who we are. That is who we are. We are builders, believers, people who choose hope, people who decide democracy is worth the work. So, when we walk out of this room, I hope that you all will leave Spokane ready to organize, ready to persuade, ready to win, and ready to show this country what Washington Democrats already know. The future doesn't just happen to us, we build it. So thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Appreciate every single one of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate all of you. We're going to build to win, and we're going to win. All right. So before I move on to our next agenda item, I just want to say a couple thank yous. So I want to thank the people and the organizations that make all of this possible. I want to start by thanking our incredible sponsors, and that is WFC, SEIU, and the firefighters. Thank you to all of them. Labor back in the party. I want to thank our amazing state party officers, my Vice Chair John Thompson, Secretary Diane Young, Treasurer David Green, our incredible DNC members, David McDonald, Sharon Mast, Javier Valdez, Sophia Dannenberg. I want to thank our incredible staff. The staff in the room, if you could please stand so folks can recognize you or come up so we can see you. Isabella, Adrian, Calais, Alex, Heather, Stuart, the whole team. Marie have been incredible, and of course our executive director, Maria Oyama Leininger. Without you, this convention truly would not have happened. I want to thank the incredible staff of the Spokane Convention Center. Thank you for everything you've done to make this convention so successful. I also acknowledge all of our local party organization chairs. Please stand so we can see you. All of our chairs. Woo! Woo! Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you. I also want to acknowledge all the delegation chairs in the room. Can you please stand, delegation chairs? Yes, yes, amazing job. I want to acknowledge our state committee members. If you're a state committee member, will you please stand? The state committee members voted on this process that we are now going to carry out today. They voted on the delegation selection affirmative action plan back in May of 2025. So we have been working on the lead up to this convention for an entire year, y'all. So thank you to everybody for being a part of that. I want to thank the Platform Drafting Committee, which had representatives from every single congressional district. They started working on the platform in October of last year, so thank you. And then in March, after all you incredible delegates were elected, we had representatives from every single legislative district on each of our 4 committees, on platform, on rules and bylaws, on resolutions and credentials. So if you served on a committee for this convention, please stand so we can recognize you. Look at all this! Look at this work! Woo! Look at this! On our platform committee alone, it included 52 members and they had over 50 hours of meetings. That is 2,500 volunteer hours to get us to today. So I want to thank all of them for their incredible hard work to get us here today. So, as we proceed throughout today, I hope that each of you will honor the work of the hundreds of volunteers that have brought us to this moment. We are so grateful for you. And now, let's get on to the business at hand. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Okay. And actually, next up, we have our in memoriam. So I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the folks that we have lost since the last convention. I can't see. I want to acknowledge State Senator Sam Hunt from the 22nd. 22nd? Okay, thank you. State Senator Phil Rockefeller. Yes, from the 23rd. State Senator Bill Ramos from the 5th. Speaker of the House Frank Chopp. And then we've had a number of members throughout our legislative district, Oregon County organizations. So we just want to take a moment for you all to read through these folks who we've lost. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll take a moment. We'll take a moment of silence to acknowledge these incredible people. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of these incredible people who made our party better. Thank you. Okay, now we will bring up, you ready? Okay, great. We will now bring up our Credentials Committee co-chairs, Javier Valdez and Satin Desiree Arnett, to give the preliminary Credentials Committee report. Satin? Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Let's give our great co-chair a quick second to get up here. Good morning, Democrats. Come on, good morning. Hi.
I needed more steps today.
Okay. Well, we are your Credentials co-chair for this year's state convention. Again, Chair Chastity Conrad already acknowledged our Credentials Committee members, but let's give a round of applause one more time for those who served on the Credentials Committee. Thank you so much. If I could give the first report. That's the, no, this is the first for 8:30.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then so we have.
So Satin will give our first report as of 8:30 this morning.
So that's the eligible. That's the number.
Eligible, those how many were credentialed.
Okay. All right. So we have 1,337 eligible delegates, and we have had 875 credentialed.
And that's our first report as of the 8:30 a.m. Numbers. We will come back in a few minutes to give the final 9 a.m. numbers. Thank you so much.
Okay, Next up, we have our rules report. So on behalf of our co-chairs for the Rules and Bylaws Committee, Alma Chacon and Nathaniel Block, it is my pleasure to give the report of the Convention Rules Committee. Both Alma and Nathaniel both wish they were here, but they had unexpected issues arise, and so they were not able to be here. So to start, they would like to thank the members from each of the LDs who served on the Rules Committee. So if you served on the Rules Committee, if you could please stand. Thank you. Thank you. This was both the largest but also the most efficient Convention Rules Committee in recent memory. The committee met on 3 separate occasions to draft the preliminary rules report and to consider amendments offered by each of you and your legislative districts. After much consideration and a record-setting final meeting, the committee adopted all amendments presented to it. There are also no minority reports, and we hope that this process has created the most equitable rules a state convention has had. With that, the Rules Committee submits its report for your consideration and moves for its adoption. Yeah, any discussion? And the microphones are up here in the front of the room on both sides. Any discussion? Okay, great. Seeing none. With that, I would like to take the vote to adopt the report. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Hearing basically none, rules are adopted. Great, thanks everybody. We got through the first step. Thank you. All right. Isabella, do I need to read this?
No, skip all of that. Oh wait, no, you really need to say that.
Okay. Can you not hear me in the back? What, I'm sorry? Oh, we just called for a vote of no objection. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
One second, folks.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, so moving forward, we will use ballots for everything else. I was calling for a vote of no objection. I will redo it so that there is an objection. We can use a ballot, just so everybody knows that the ballots, because we have folks that are joining us virtually, they need to be up for 10 minutes. So what it does, it means that we just have to, it'll just add time to do that. So I will take the vote again. This is a vote of no objection. So are there any objections to adopting the rules? Okay, so now we need to go to to the ballot. So we will put the QR code up on the screen. Where's that? Okay. Okay. So the way that we're going to do these ballots, most of you should have practiced this yesterday or earlier this week virtually with staff in your orientation. Ballots are all available in your Google Drive in a single sheet that contains links to all ballots. Those ballots will be opened as we get to them throughout the day for you to vote. And they were also emailed to all of you by Isabella this morning. When we open ballots, we will also display a QR code for them on the screens throughout the hall and on the live stream. You can open your phone's camera and point it at this code, and it will link you directly to this code, or to the ballot. But they are also in the Google Drive, so if you don't want to use the QR code, the links are there. We do strongly recommend using your phone to open these ballots and cast your vote virtually. We will be holding all ballots open for 10 minutes to make sure that folks have an opportunity to get their votes in. If things go well here, we should be able to save a little bit of time on ballots going forward throughout the rest of the day, but this is our first one. If you have trouble with your ballot, please head to the back of the room to the Chromebook Village, or raise your hand if you are not able to move to the back of the room, and a member of our tally committee will come over as soon as possible to assist you in your voting. So with that, I'm asking the staff to please enable ballot 1, approval of convention rules, and display the QR code on the screen. Okay, yes, Ray. Oh.
Is it on now?
Yes.
Ray Sherman, 26LD. If we look at the ballot says 2024 as opposed to 2026. Can we just accept it as accepting the rules? It was just a misprint on the ballot.
1 second.
Ours says 2024. Adoption of the proposed rules. Do you have to vote for the adoption proposed rules for the 2024 convention is presented here? And it says vote to adopt.
Okay. It's been updated. Thank you, Ray.
Okay,
Apologies.
thank you.
We will check the rest of them. Thank you. That has been updated. It was in the deeper in. Okay. So we now have opened up balloting. We have to give this 10 minutes so that folks online have time. You all have time. We'll get through this. Like I said, if you have issues or concerns or questions, please either raise your hand or head to the back of the room to be assisted. As a reminder, we have a hard out at 5 p.m., which means that no matter where we are, the convention's business ends at 5 p.m. Can I do it after people ballot? That you want me to say?
Yeah, but then it got 46.
ballot move from the Zoom link? What? In the Zoom? With the ballot link?
There's no Zoom. There's no Zoom. On the YouTube live stream? Yeah.
So the people, okay, so the people on the Zoom are supposed to be.
On the live stream, can we have the ballot QR code displayed on the live stream?
There's a chance later on to get wrong. Okay, maybe I should just remind people of that. And then Andrew says that the people that are watching virtually don't have a computer. And I said to go for the elevation first. Yeah.
I can do it.
Should I, when we come back, should I say that?
I think you can say when you come back, if the delegates online have object, they have to message in a group chat that your delegation has, and the chair will post the mic.
Okay, great. And then, yeah.
Yes, if you can. That would be helpful. Can someone go get me? She's the delegation chair. She's got a blue sash, blonde hair. Thank you. I'm going to answer your question. Just give me 1 second. Do you still have another question?
Oh, so on the live stream, so people are watching on TV love you, but they're not going to get it, but it is on the live stream on our YouTube channel. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay, great. Yes. Okay, good. But it should, it's on our live stream. They should be watching it. And then the ballot will go. One minute left for voting, and then we will regather. 1 minute left for voting. Like the shirt. Okay.
742 vote affirmatively to adopt.
742. Okay. We're good.
You said
42.
742 to adopt?
All right, let's regather. We have results. Okay, so the results on adopting the rules. 743 to adopt, 7 to reject. So the rules are adopted. Thank you very much. Okay, so for our folks that are at home that are joining us virtually, you want to be on our Washington State Democrats YouTube page. The ballot links and QR codes will all be on that. If you are watching it on TVW or another outlet, you may not see the QR code. So just want to be clear on that. If you are watching from home and you want to object, you need to communicate with your delegation chair. You all should have chats set up to be able to communicate with your delegation chairs. So that is how you are going to communicate. We will, a delegation chair will then, when they see that message, will come to the microphone and speak to your objection or your, question, point of order. And then that will sort of stop business and we will make sure to hear you. So I want to be really clear that this is a truly hybrid convention. And so the folks at home still have the ability to be able to participate, but make sure you are in communication with your delegation chairs, okay? Thank you. All right. So next up, we will be electing a permanent chair for this convention. So, and we sort of ironed out our issues with balloting, so we will leave that, we will leave that up. Okay. I have one last order of business to take care of, which is the election of the permanent convention chair. Under the rules of the convention that we just adopted, the permanent chair is nominated by 10 individual delegates. For this convention, we have one individual who is nominated by 10 delegates, and that individual is former Senate Majority Leader Andy Billig. Given that he is the only nominated candidate, I am going to consider him elected by acclamation. And in order to save a few minutes in our program today, I'm going to welcome him up to the stage now to take the gavel as he helps facilitate the rest of the day. So please join me in welcoming former Senate Majority Leader Andy Billig to the dais. There he is. Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Thank you, Shasti, and thank you, delegates. It's really an honor to be here. It's been so much fun just wandering around a little bit, seeing a lot of old friends, and I'm just so glad that the convention is being hosted here in my hometown of Spokane. So I want to add my welcome, and I hope you're enjoying Spokane's hospitality and our wonderful weather and our incredible downtown. And also want to welcome you to the 3rd Legislative District that I served for 14 years in the legislature, and objectively the best legislative district in the state. I'm sure there's nobody here that would disagree. Thank you. In Spokane, we have a reputation and take a lot of pride in our efforts and results in building community and working towards justice, and curating and protecting our democracy here. And I know those are the values and goals that all of you share and that we're working toward today. So thank you for the honor of being a part of this event, and thank you all for your activism and leadership in your communities and for this state. This is important work that a lot of people don't see, but it is greatly appreciated. So thank you all, and let's get on with our business. Okay, well, I'm just off to a roaring start. We are going to take a 2-minute pause for technical difficulties. Do you want Okay, could you bring the convention to order, please? All right, I have moved over here. They have given me a much more comfortable seat. One of the things I said in my farewell speech on the floor of the Senate was that I was going to throw all my ties out of the window of my car as I was driving back from Olympia to Spokane, and I saved one. So. But they did give me a seat so I can be comfortable in my tie, so I'm here. All right, let's get started if you're not ready to fire me for our immediate technical difficulties. I'd like to affirm the temporary convention Chair Conrad's appointments for parliamentarian, tally committee, sergeant-at-arms, and all other appointed positions. And hearing no objection, that is completed. And now it's time for the final credentials report. I'd like to ask the Credentials Committee co-chairs, Javier Valdez and Satin Desiree Arnett, to return to the stage to give the final Credentials Committee report.
And here comes Satin. And I know this is like the most important report you're going to hear all day, right? You've been anxiously waiting for the final credentials report. Satin, would you like to do the honors one more time?
I came up here not for nothing.
42.
922 total. Okay, so 1,000, it's 9 a.m., 1,337 eligible delegates. We have credentialed 880 delegates and 42 alternate delegates for a total of 922.
Do we need a motion to adopt the credentials report? Yes? No? Mr. Parliamentarian? Is there any objection to adopting the credentials report? No. Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you. I would now like to introduce the Platform Committee co-chairs, Katie Masouras, State Committee Representative and Chair from the 48th Legislative District, and Jeff Strickler, State Committee Representative and Chair from the 16th Legislative District. They will now introduce themselves and the final Platform Committee report.
All right, thanks everyone as I wait for my co-chair to come up here. All right, Jeff, do you want to start us off?
Hello, Democrats. Today is the culmination of 9 months worth of work. And so thank you to all of you who participated on the platform drafting committee and on the full platform committee, all of you who submitted amendments from your LDs. This has been a democratic process involving most of you in this room. So thank you for the work that you've dedicated to our party. You know, we've had, I think you saw the numbers, thousands of human hours into this process already in wordsmithing and ideas. And, throughout this platform document, we talk about healthcare, we talk about education, we talk about energy, and we reaffirm the fact that the labor movement is the backbone of this party. But I want to tell you, the work begins now. Because for all of the words, it's our actions when we go back home, out across the state, that actually matters. It's will we use this platform to inform and educate our elected officials on our goals? Will we use this with our candidates in terms of helping get them elected? Will we use this to recruit new members? And so I want us to think today not just about the words, but about what actions will we take from this platform. Thank you for your work together. Katie.
Okay. All right, folks, thank you so much. So by the numbers, 817 amendments were submitted by every single LD. So give yourselves a hand for all that hard work. 817. Of those amendments, over half of them did pass in some form or another, and that was through the exhaustive labor of your platform committee representatives, each of whom you elected out of your delegations. We spent over 45, 50 hours in meetings, plus all the work that you did outside of the meetings, and all the work that we, and especially Isabella, did outside of these meetings. We completed the 14 original sections, including 12 pillars, and then the preamble and implementation. And then, even though the platform committee had voted against creating 2 separate pillars, towards the end of the process, surprise to everyone, they voted to actually separate out and create 2 new pillars out of the stuff from inside these pillars. So that is the final document that you see in front of you, and that hopefully you will all agree on the work that your platform committee representatives did over all these hours to pass today. Next slide, please. So we did something new this year. We actually shared a new process of actually empowering the subcommittees who worked on each of these pillars to create slates. And had we not done that, the 817 individual amendments would have had to be potentially discussed and debated individually, and that 45 plus 50 hours would have turned into close to 200 hours of work. So we do think this process was, little bumpy at first, but your folks in the platform committee did adjust to it, and they made this process way more efficient by doing that. And as I mentioned, do pass or pass as amended is what the majority of these amendments turned out to be. Next slide. So out of this process, there was also a process called minority reports, and that is the process by which if something did not go as some members felt like it should have during the platform committee, if they could get 18 platform committee members to sign on to agree to bring it to the floor here for individual debate, that is what a minority report is. The process and all of the amendments, all 817 amendments, plus the process on how to do minority reports and a reminder of the deadlines was shared with all of your platform committee members on May 25th. The very first vote on some of these slates, the initial editorial slates, were done on June 2nd. So they had all of this time between then and now, or then and the deadline for minority reports, to galvanize fellow platform committee members, and they would have had to rally 18 signatures in order to bring it to the floor today. Out of that process for minority reports, 2 minority reports passed that process, and those are the 2 that will be individually debated and voted on today. All right, thanks, go ahead. And finally, this slide deck does have links to all of the final committee report, which you already have, the minority reports, which you have, and we also shared the spreadsheet that actually outlines line by line the disposition of your platform committee votes on every single amendment. This slideshow is in the final committee report drive. And then finally, we do want to hear from you. We did try some things that were new this year. It did cut down the amount of hours that we spent in those meetings deliberating individual amendments line by line, but the process can always be improved. So we do have a form. We would like to hear from you. And then definitely, as Shasti was saying, your WSDCC members are the ones who vote on the rules and the timing and the deadlines for how we have to execute this process. They will be voting on that again, next year, I believe? Next year. So definitely give us this feedback, give it to your WSDCC members of what you would like to see done differently, and just understand this is the product of a document written by committee via a democratic process. Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to move to the debate on the 2 minority reports that have qualified for debate and then a vote of the convention delegates. So our first minority report of the day, we're going to be going through debate on both proposed minority reports before we begin voting on the second ballot of the day. Both minority reports will be on the second ballot, although the debate will be separate. This minority report seeks to amend the Platform Committee's majority report by replacing the language, quote, end the practice of charging youth as adults, end quote, with, quote, eliminate laws that automatically charge youth as adults for specific crimes, strictly limit pathways for youth to enter the adult criminal legal system, ensure that any decision to send a youth to adult court is reviewed by a juvenile court judge, and prohibit the incarceration of youth in adult prisons or jails, end quote. We will now hear from the following speakers. So speaking first, speaking for will be Kira McBeth, and is Kira, okay. And just so you know who's coming up, after that will be speaking against Rhonda Freeland, then speaking for Satin Desiree Arnett, and then speaking against Michael Yastremski. And each speaker will have 2 minutes, and there will be a timer. And Kira, if you're ready, please begin.
All right. Hello? Good? Okay. So the original language was just children should not be charged as adults. So that was changed to add a lot of extra language that was viewed as protective, and to me, though, gives a caveat for charging children as adults, which I don't believe there should be a door for. for the following reasons. My fellow delegates, I would urge your support for this minority report. The question before us is not whether young people who commit serious offenses should be held accountable. They should. The question is whether prosecuting children as adults makes our communities any safer, and the evidence says that it does not. Human rights data indicates that an estimated 259,000 children are in detention globally, and North America holds the highest regional rate of children in detention centers, 34 to 100,000. The U.S. is frequently criticized by international advocates because 16 to 17-year-olds can be tried as adults and placed in adult prisons depending on state laws. And we cannot ignore that there is a racial component to this. These are for-profit prisons, and millions are made annually, more made if they go to an adult prison. In addition, modern neuroscience shows that the parts of the brain responsible for impulse control, judgment, and long-term decision-making continue developing well into early adulthood. Children are different from adults, and our justice system has long recognized that reality. Research has consistently found that youth prosecuted in adult criminal courts are more likely to reoffend than comparable youth who remain in the juvenile justice system. In other words, treating children like adults often produces more crime. It tells them, you are a criminal. The juvenile justice system was created because children have a greater capacity of
10
growth,
seconds remaining. Just,
rehabilitation, and often the most effective form of accountability is because it reduces the likelihood of another victim. The safety should rely in children.
Thank you. And now Rhonda Freeland, speaking against. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rhonda Freeland from 26. I understand where she is coming from, and I understand that youth by themselves are not quite developed as adults and lack the ability to have empathy, understand consequences, low maturity levels, and it's important to recognize in the court system. However, there are other factors at play here. There is always a delicate balance between accountability for a perpetrator who commits a crime and justice for victims. The juvenile justice system focuses on rehabilitation based on the premise that the juvenile brain lacks maturity and has an underdeveloped sense of responsibility. While the court system focuses on punishment and public safety, in Washington specifically, juveniles who are 16 and older who are accused of committing serious violent offenses, and these are usually their murder, manslaughter, sexual offenses, that kind of thing, are automatically referred to adult court based on the type of offense, criminal history, and eligibility for diversion programs. In some cases, while on the surface the alleged crime appears very serious, there can be other factors that need further adjudication by a judge rather than an automatic requirement in adult court to determine guilt or innocence. For younger juveniles under 16 and for lesser nonviolent offenses, Washington State in particular, and every state is different, they have their own rights to do that, already requires a juvenile court to conduct a hearing to determine when a juvenile can be transferred to adult court.
30 seconds.
Quickly. This change, I lost my place, I'm sorry. As well as far as like juveniles in prisons, juveniles are generally not in adult prisons. They generally go to individual prisons, but those detention centers should focus on rehabilitation measures, such as mental health counseling, chemical dependency counseling.
Thank you, Rhonda. Sorry I threw you off there, but wanted to give you a little warning. Satin Desiree, speaking for.
Thank you. So I'm here to ask you today to keep our original language and the practice of charging youth as adults, full stop. The proposed change sounds reasonable, says strictly limit, ensure judicial review, prohibit incarceration in adult facilities, but it does not end the practice. It keeps it alive for specific crimes and extreme cases. And that discretion is the problem. It means a prosecutor or judge decides case by case who still counts as a kid. We don't have to guess how that plays out. Some of us already know. A 2014 study of UCLA and Penn State published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that black boys as young as 10 are seen as older and less innocent than their white peers, and are more likely to be misjudged as guilty. Researchers call this adultification. It happens to black and brown kids. A white teenager who commits a crime gets called a good kid who made a mistake. A black or brown teenager who commits the same crime gets called a man, gets treated as a threat. And that is not only for violent offenses, because my younger brother was charged as an adult for the possession of a weapon that he did not use. So when this language carves out room for extreme cases without defining who decides or how, it is not closing a loophole. It's building one right where our biases already live. The original language is clear. In the practice, full stop. That clarity is the protection. Discretion is where our disparity sneaks back in. So please vote no on the proposed change.
And finally, Mike Yastrzemski.
Hello. Thank you. So as a couple of the other folks mentioned, rather than rehashing all of that, I just want to correct a couple facts also while we're debating this. Juveniles, even charged as an adult, do not go to adult prisons. They go to JRA facilities, juvenile rehabilitation facilities like Echo Glen and Green Hill until age 25. I know that because my union represents those people, where they are given vocational training, they are given mental health training, and then so we need to understand that they're not going to adult prisons. They are not sent with other adult offenders. And as far as this changing it to, or having our platform be a blanket ban, our own AG, Nick Brown, said during his PBS Cascade debate that he does not support a blanket ban. So if we're going by our platform and expecting our Democratic elected officials to follow our platform, our own AG doesn't support this. And then finally, we do need to leave room. Yes, there are always loopholes, there are always problems, but we also need to leave room for the reality that we do live in a world where sometimes terrible things happen. And to say that someone at 17 years and 360 days commits a triple murder, and then that person can walk, not have to serve a full sentence is simply untenable. I think that, again, we attempted to—
30 seconds.
Thank you. We attempted to thread the line, understanding that this is not something that we should always push for. However, there are circumstances where it is warranted, and a blanket ban is not what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. And a reminder that each side of debate is limited to 2 speakers, and each speaker is allowed to speak for 2 minutes. Okay, so the second minority report now we'll move on to, and that is to amend the Platform Committee's report by replacing, quote, technical and professional education shall be made generally available and higher education shall be equally accessible to all on the basis of merit. And replacing it with, quote, technical and professional education shall be made generally available and higher education shall be equally accessible to all. So we'll now hear from the following speakers, and I want to note so that I don't have to interrupt people with the 30 seconds, there is an indicator over here that I believe will have a yellow light that will go on and on both sides at 1 minute. And you can look at the final minority reports in the Google Drive. We also are going to have 1 minute and 30-second signs up here if you want to look in this direction. Okay, so now we're going to hear from— Go ahead for your point of clarification.
Many of the arguments for the first minority report were very compelling on both sides, but was looking for a point of clarification to see exactly what is going to be changing, what's not going to be changing. Many of the arguments said, I like the initial rules and then talked about something different, and just want to make sure we're all on the same point.
Okay. And I think in the Google Drive you can read the differences. There.
Yes, thank you.
Stand by. Thank you for that point of clarification, and Isabella is going to further clarify.
Hi, folks. I'm sorry about the confusion here. We're just getting used to all of these processes, and I appreciate all of your patience. So, the first minority report that we already debated, the committee had original language in the platform that said, ending the practice of charging youth as adults. The amendment to have the proposed language replace that passed in the committee. So if you vote yes on the minority report, you are asking to revert the language to the original language of end the practice of charging youth as adults. Can I get a thumbs up if that makes sense? Great, okay. Thank you. I'm gonna keep going with Andy, and thank you, everyone.
Okay, so now we are on minority report number 2. We've got our speakers will be Kira McBeth for, Katie Walker against, Colleen Taylor for, and Will Booth against. And Kira McBeth, you're up first. Go ahead, and remember you can look up here for some guidance on timing.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so the rationale for rejecting this amendment argues that merit is measurable through grades, standardized testing, completion of prerequisite coursework. However, the issue is not whether students should meet the academic requirements of a particular course of study. Universities, colleges, trade schools, and professional programs will always require students to demonstrate mastery of necessary skills and knowledge. Removing the phrase "on the basis of merit" does not eliminate academic standards, prerequisites, or degree requirements. The concern is that merit is often used as a broader gatekeeping concept that can limit access to educational opportunity based on criteria that may reflect unequal access to resources rather than ability or potential. Standardized test scores, grade point average, extracurricular achievements, and other traditional measures of merit are frequently influenced by factors outside of the student's control, including family income, school funding, disability status, geographic location, and access to support services. Higher education should be accessible to all who seek it. Students should have the opportunity to pursue learning, develop skills, and demonstrate competence through their educational journey, rather than being excluded at the outset by narrow, inequitable definitions of merit. Education should be a pathway to opportunity, not a reward reserved only for those who have already benefited from existing advantages. We can look at our K through 12 public education system as an example. Public education did not always exist. It had to be fought for and expanded over time. Throughout history, many subjects and educational opportunities that are now considered essential were dismissed. Most likely, you'll see drama, sports, arts, things that other people may view as not having merit because it may not produce an income. That does not create the kind of society we want. We want an equitable society filled with artists, philosophers, and the like. That's what.
Thank you very much. And now Katie Walker speaking against.
Hello. When we ask working people to accept higher taxes in order to provide a public service, I believe that it comes with a civic responsibility to spend those taxes wisely. Well, of course, it'd be really nice to live in a post-scarcity universe where we can help everyone follow their every interest without any consequences. We do not, and we ignore that at our own peril. Our voters certainly won't. Instead of using our resources to encourage people to train for career fields that they will not realistically succeed in and create really bad PR with cash-strapped swing voters in the process, we should take advantage of the ability to use our funding mechanisms to push people into areas where they are the most likely to find a fulfilling vocation, particularly in areas that our state and nation has an unmet need for at any given time, and in doing so, take down 2 birds with 1 stone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, speaking for will be Colleen Taylor. Go ahead when you're ready.
This original language limits access to higher education. The words based on merit have more implications. The original language limits those to have higher education. Determining merit implies that persons have access to venues to demonstrate their abilities. But access to those venues is not equally available, and using merit to obtain initial entrance to higher ed is not the answer. Think about it. Think about the students that you know, the people in your lives, the students. How did they demonstrate merit to you? How did you learn about them? You learned about them not just through schools, but you learned them through public events where they went and demonstrated their knowledge. Well, not everyone has access to that because not everyone was taught the same in school. I know. I taught college for 17 years. Community colleges in particular have courses to assist those who need to bolster up their skills. And they can improve their skills in those classes so they can be more successful in a collegiate environment. We are Democrats. What do we stand for? We should not be closing doors to educational opportunities. Those doors should be open to all. Let students prove themselves through their efforts once they have obtained those opportunities. Support the language that says, higher education shall be equally accessible to all.
Thank you. And now the final speaker is Will Booth, who will be speaking against. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. I agree with what the previous speakers have all said. Higher education should be available for all. No matter your economic background, your cultural background, your skin color, your hair color, your eye color. However, merit is key. I am someone who was told by my counselors in high school where I should be going to school, what topics I should be going to school for. And I had no desire whatsoever to get into those particular fields. So I joined the military and learned what am I actually good at, and was able to excel and then go into the civilian life, continuing on that journey. And now I get to work with young people and young adults who are looking for what do they want to be when they grow up. And these young adults in their 60s are going back to school because their earlier education said, you're going to be this, you're going to be that. And they're like, I never did that. I've got two young folks right now who just graduated from the UW. Neither one of them are doing anything in their particular field that they went to school for. One, there's no jobs. But yet the technical industries that they both found they're so much better at, but had someone had taken the time to talk to them, find out what's actually in their heart, and really what they wanted to do, there's tons of career opportunities for both of them. But again, merit is key, but have a conversation with those young people. Have a conversation, listen to them, not what you think they should be doing. They may only be 17 or 18 or 36 or 59, but they have an idea of what they want to be. Listen to their merit, watch what they're doing, and do not discourage them because you think they should be doing something else. Thank you.
Great. Thank you to all the speakers. And before we move to the vote, Isabella is going to explain one more time. We've had some more requests for clarification on exactly what we're voting for on these two amendments.
All right, folks, can everyone hear me? Okay. So what is on the screen are the minority reports that will be on the next ballot. Both of these minority reports will be on the ballot. For the first one, they are essentially two different kinds of votes. On the first one, the committee voted to adopt the proposed change/addition. If you would like the amendment to be reverted back to the current language, vote yes, or vote to incorporate Minority Report 1. If you want to keep the proposed change and addition in the platform, vote to reject the Minority Report 1. This is the language on the screen, sorry. This is the language on the screen. The language will also be directly in the ballot. For the second minority report, the committee voted to reject the proposed change and addition, so the current language is what is currently in the platform. If you would like the proposed change and addition to be incorporated into the platform, please vote to incorporate. If you would like the current version, please vote to reject. I'm happy to clarify. Please talk to your delegation chair if you are struggling with voting. And we're going to open the ballots in a second. I'm going to hand the mic back over. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Just so everyone knows, only delegation chairs can approach the mic. Regular delegates are not allowed to. Okay, take Hunter's.
Go ahead. You're recognized.
Point of personal privilege? Oh.
Yeah.
Turn the mic on.
Oh. Is it on now? Yeah. Okay. Would it be easier if you highlighted the cell, so like a yes would be blue and get that language, which I think would be blues in two opposite corners, and red would be no. And I say red and blue simply because some people are red-green colorblind and they look to be the same color, but that might help. So if you do blue for yes and red for no, and if you vote blue, you get that language. If you vote red, you get that language. Yep. Would that help people?
So, yes, I can do that. The thing is, too, there are words there as well, so it is not just based on colors. It says do pass or do not pass. So the words are there as well, but I will change it to match the colors to help with this.
Thank you for that, and you are recognized over here.
Yes, I'm trying to turn that. Point of personal privilege. Could we also, where it says current language and proposed language, in like parentheses after it, just put the yes and the no, so people can just look at the box and they know if I'm voting yes, it's this box. If I'm voting no, it's this box. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for those questions. Are you ready to go?
I appreciate everyone being patient with this. We're learning how to do this all together, so continue making those suggestions. But I would also appreciate if it's a quick one like that, if folks would just come up to the dais to talk to me, and it would be their delegation chair. Thank you.
Okay, stand by just for a moment.
Thank you for being patient, folks. This is our first big vote of the day, so I just need a few minutes to figure this out.
Okay, let's come back to order, please. Let's come back to order. Isabella is going to do a final explanation before we open the ballot. Isabella?
Hi, everybody. I am changing the colors so that it is accessible for colorblind folks. I'm doing my best. This screen is really hard to navigate, so thank you for your patience. Okay, I'm going to explain this as clearly as I can, and I hope that this makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I hope that when you open the ballot, it makes more sense because all of the language is in the ballot. So just give me 1 second. I really appreciate everyone's patience and for working with me. Okay. Okay. Is there any objection to how this is looking? This makes clear to folks? Okay, great. I'm going to explain it for everybody. So, in the first minority report, the committee adopted the column in proposed change and addition. So they adopted that change. The minority report is asking for the language in the current language box to replace the amendment that was accepted in the committee. So they want to revert the amendment back to the current language. Okay, any thumbs up if that makes sense? Yes. Great, thank you. Okay, for the minority report number 2, it's different. So that's why this is confusing. The committee rejected the language in the proposed change, and the minority report is asking for the proposed change language to be adopted. So, to make the votes clear, in the first minority report, if you vote to incorporate, you are voting to put the language in blue back in the platform. If you vote to reject, you would like to keep the proposed change and addition. In minority report number 2, if you vote no, you want the language in the current language box in yellow to stay in the platform. And if you vote to incorporate, you are asking for the proposed change language to be incorporated. I'm pretty sure that's as clear as I can make it. Okay. Yes, we are ready to hand it back over to Andy. 10.
Okay, I'm now going to ask the staff to please open the ballot. A QR code is now displayed behind me. Momentarily. Okay. All right, there's the QR code now displayed behind me on the screen. You can scan the code with your phone to open the ballot. If you're using a laptop, the 2026 Convention Google Drive has all of the links for all of the ballots, and this will be ballot number 2 in that document. We're going to be holding the balloting open for 10 minutes to ensure everybody has the ability to vote. If you have any trouble and you're in the hall here, please head to the back of the room, to the Chromebook Village, or raise your hand if you're not able to move to the back of the room, and a member of our tally committee will come over as soon as possible to assist you. Happy voting. And for your information, there is a countdown clock over in the corner to the right of the dais.
All right, folks, I am so sorry. This has been a confusing ballot, and I apologize. We're going to reissue this ballot because the language is displayed wrong in the second minority report. So everyone pause, give me a second, I'm gonna fix it. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, we're gonna restart.
Okay, if we could come back to order. I'd like to bring the convention back to order. Your attention, please. Okay, so we are ready to open ballot number 2, to reopen ballot number 2. Your previous votes have been erased, so you just vote from this point forward. Also, the timer has been reset, so the QR code is the same. And please
now vote on ballot 2. Thank you. Attention, please. Hunter, you're recognized.
Is this on? Okay. I just want to express my sincere appreciation for Isabella. She has been juggling so much. Fixing this on the fly is not easy, and thank you so much. People were standing. We love you. Thank you so much, Isabella.
Okay. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. We got about a minute and a half to go in this ballot, and I'd like to recognize Chair Shasti Conrad.
Hi, folks. We've got, like as Andy said, we've got just a little over a minute left in this ballot. I just wanted to help sort of bring the room back together. We have a lot of important stuff that we're doing, obviously, today. We had up until 9 a.m. this morning for a lot of changes, which is why you're seeing some of these things happening in real time. I want to thank Chair Hunter Brown for recognizing Isabella, and I want to add to that, Isabella is doing an amazing job, and I'm going to ask all of us to give the whole team some grace as we get through this. We needed to get through a couple of these changes, but we should be running smoothly moving forward. Now, we are a little short on staff, so we are having Isabella stay up on stage for the remainder of the day, which means that she is not going to be able to tap those of you who are planning to speak for various amendments and resolutions. So we're going to ask that you just kind of are keeping track of the resolutions that are coming up if you are planning to speak. We will do our best to come and tap you to remind you that you're on the list for speakers, but we're asking for your help to keep track of some of that, to be able to come up to the mics and whatnot when it's your term and your time for the resolutions to speak on them, all right? So, thank you again. Thanks for riding with us. We're going to get through today. It's going to be awesome, and just thank you very much. And with that, the ballot is now closed. Thank you.
Okay, the ballot is now closed. Stand by for the results. Okay, I'd like to bring the convention back to order. We have the results. Both have passed. Number one had 469 to incorporate and 301 to reject. And number two had 629 to incorporate and 140 to reject. All right, we have now finished the proposed minority reports and can now move on to the adoption of the platform. Is there any debate on the adoption of the platform? You are recognized.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to allow for a vote and discussion on the minority report concerning the plank 16.1.2, which it calls for implementation of age verification.
Thank you for that motion. And Isabella, you have a point of clarification?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, are you talking, because that minority report petition did not qualify with signatures, it was not created, are you referring to the minority report petition?
Yes.
Great, okay. Please give me a moment to pull this up on the screen and figure it out, but it also looks like we have some other people at the mics. Thank you.
Okay, while we are sorting out the first request, we will go to a second, and you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Jasmine Inez from the 11th LD Dems, and I'd like to make a motion, point of information, and ask that one of my delegation members, Carmen Rivera, be recognized to speak on behalf of this motion.
Yes, that is well taken, so please proceed.
Thank you for recognizing me, Carmen Rivera, 11th LD. I have a point of information, question, inquiry. How long would it take? Like, what is the time commitment if we choose to go about this method of suspending the rules? How much more time will that add to our day?
Isabella, could you handle that one?
So folks, just being realistic with all of you here, this is going to take me about 5 minutes to pull this up on the screen and create a new ballot for it. We also have to figure out what the actual minority report is calling for and make sure it's all good. That's going to take me about 5 to 10 minutes. And then because this is impromptu debate, this is 5 speakers, 4 and 5. No, okay, it's 2 speakers, 4 and 2. Yeah, David's going to clarify, sorry.
Right, so once you have the material assembled that Isabella has referred to, we would need to take a vote on the motion to suspend, which requires 2/3. Once that ballot is done, if the motion to suspend passes, then the subject of the amendment would come up for debate. It would be governed by Rule 10A, 2 people per side at 2 minutes each, because it is a business arising out of the majority report. Adding all that together gives you a rough idea of what each motion to suspend on any subject takes. It's not quite as easy as it would be if we were all in person, but we are extending equal rights to people whether they're here or absent, participating virtually. So we have to actually go through ballots on a lot of things that in a all in-person meeting might be done by standing, hands, yelling, or whichever works for the crowd. Anyway, that's the time involved. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead. You're recognized.
Point of information, I just would like to ask the question. We're already at 11:30. We're kind of at the middle of our day. We lose this room at 5 o'clock. If this process goes on and we aren't able to get to resolutions, then what? What would be the process if this process continues and resolutions are left not
Thank you for that question. David?
I believe any resolutions that we do not get to today automatically go to the state committee for action. So is that... I think there's only a short list of resolutions that have been pulled. If I recall, it's 7 or 8 that have been pulled for individual debate as we are now.
Thank you. Are you waiting to be recognized? You're recognized.
Thank you. So the point of information that was asked earlier about how much time would be added, you said a bunch of numbers together, but I didn't hear an end number, so I would like that clarified, please.
Well, all right. Putting my undergraduate math degree back on, it would be roughly, if I heard 5 minutes and 5 minutes from Isabella, plus 10 minutes on a motion to suspend is getting us to 20, plus 8 minutes of debate is another 8 minutes, plus a vote on whatever the amendment was is roughly another 10 minutes, so that puts it to something like 38 minutes, multiplied by however many motions to suspend we deal with during the course of the day.
May I ask a point of information, one more question? The question is, if there is a motion to suspend the rules for that one amendment, is there separate motions to suspend the rules should someone propose additional amendments to that? So you're talking 38 minutes per on potentially one, is that correct?
No. If a motion to suspend for the purpose of considering a specific amendment passes, then amendments to that specific amendment are already, the rule has already been suspended for purposes of allowing debate and consideration of that specific amendment. If someone wanted to amend a different section of the platform, that would require a new motion to suspend, because it would be outside the scope of the original motion to suspend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hunter, you're recognized.
Is a second necessary? Because I have not heard one. I'm just wondering if we
Was this?
just keep going since there has not been a second yet.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there a second to the original motion? So the motion is on the screen. Do we have a second to that motion?
No second.
Okay, yes, it has been moved and seconded. Okay, so the motion to suspend has been moved and seconded. There is no debate on the motion to suspend. So we're just going to take 5 or 10 minutes to create the ballot, and then we will have a vote on the motion to suspend. Okay, please, let's keep the convention in order here. We have more LD chairs that are asking to be recognized, so please quiet down. And who would like to go for? I actually think the person in the white jacket there was first. Go ahead, you're recognized. Shh, please, quiet, please.
Thank you. For the best use of time, I would like somebody from my LD to ask a point of clarification, please. She can ask it more succinctly.
Proceed.
Yeah, just quick point of information. If this suspension of rules passes, when exactly would the original rules be reinstated after that motion?
David, can you handle that?
Yeah. Satin, if I heard if I understood it, I was not quite tuned in. The effect of the motion to suspend, if it passes, is to allow consideration of the proposed amendment. The proposed amendment will not take effect unless it is later passed at the end of the consideration. It would then, if it were to pass after debate, it would then become part of the majority report, and whenever the platform is actually adopted, would then become part of the final document. Am I answering your question, or did you ask a different one?
Yeah, I was saying, then when would the original rules then go back into place, or is this?
Yeah.
Okay.
The suspension is solely for the purpose of considering this one amendment.
Okay.
Right. It's not a general purpose suspension, which would not be proper. You have
So
to,
once we're done with that business, then the original rules would go back in place.
Right. We're back where we were before the motion was made.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have additional comments, and just before I recognize you, just one, to keep things really orderly for future motions, I'm going to ask that anybody making a second will come to the mic, and I will also, I didn't do it immediately, I should have, right after a motion has been made, I'll ask for a second, so if you are planning to second a motion, please come up to the mic so we can have clarity on that rather than somebody out in the distance. Thank you for that. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Gary Barton, 28th LD. This pertains, I have a question pertaining to resolutions, and specifically for the resolutions that were pulled, are there 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against? Just wanted to confirm that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized over here at mic number 2.
Kathy Canderly, 23rd LD. Can you put the wording that was agreed on, that was voted on, because I want to make sure that people know what they're voting on, because it sounded like something passed, but I wasn't sure what the wording was.
For the you're talking about for the previous ballot.
Correct, the one that we're suspending the rules for.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Is it ballot? No. Yeah.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to suspend the rules to consider this minority report. The minority report on the screen in the 3rd row was a petition that was sent to the platform committee. It did not receive the threshold of signatures before the deadline, so it was not created to be able to be voted on the floor today. So the minority report in question is to look at the current language, and the motion on the amendment that was considered was to delete this section from the platform. What we are voting on to suspend the rules to consider is considering this amendment.
So that's what we're voting on now. And like David said, the motion to suspend the rules is not debatable. So we are working on one of our reserve ballots, and we will get this up as soon as possible. And Senator Billig will announce that. Great.
Okay, at bike number 1, you're recognized.
Hi, point of personal privilege from the 11th LD delegation, but they would just like me to say that it is very disrespectful of everyone's time coming here as volunteers, driving over the mountain, for us not to get the resolutions. We really want to talk about those. Those are more important, we think, and we would just like to put that into consideration for everyone.
Probably not really a point of personal
No.
privilege, that's debate. So.
Thank you. Okay, we are now ready to vote.
The motion on the floor is to suspend the rules for consideration of this amendment.
The motion on the floor is to suspend the rules for the consideration of this amendment, and we are going to get the QR code momentarily. Is it
For
now
those
at
on the
8?
Zoom, no, it's.
So the QR code is now behind me, and it is ballot 8, reserve ballot 1, and the voting is now open and will remain open for another 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Well, that-
Right.
30 seconds left to vote. Ballot is now closed, and we will have the results momentarily. Okay, I'd like to bring the convention back to order. We have the results of the motion to suspend the rules. And remember, it was a 2/3, but it required, but 172 to suspend and 581 to reject. The motion fails. Is there any additional debate on the adoption of the platform? Seeing none, we will move to the ballot to vote on the adoption of the platform. We'll set the ballot time for 10 minutes. If you have any trouble with your ballot, please head to the back of the room, to the Chromebook Village, or raise your hand if you're not able to move to the back of the room, and a member of the tally committee will come over to assist you as soon as possible. And I'm going to ask the staff now to open the ballot. Is this it? A QR code is behind me on the screen, which you can scan with your phone to open this ballot. If you're using a laptop, the 2026 Convention Google Drive has all of the links for all of the ballots, and this will be ballot number 3 in that document. The voting is open, and there's another 9 minutes and 33 seconds remaining. Just a point of information, this is the last item before lunch, so once you've cast your ballot, you're welcome to proceed to lunch. It'll be a 1-hour lunch time, and it'll be 1 hour from when this ballot is closed. one more minute of voting on this ballot. That one's official. Ballots are now closed. Stand by for the results. Okay, we now have the results for ballot number 3. 662 to adopt, 95 to reject, so the platform has been adopted. We are now going to take a 1-hour break for lunch. We will reconvene at 4 minutes to 1 o'clock. Enjoy lunch. Oh, one additional note. If you pre-ordered lunch from the convention center, go to the same place that you picked up your lunch yesterday to receive your lunch. If you did not pre-order lunch, please go off-site for your meal or purchase lunch from the concession stand in the lobby. And remember that you may move between virtual and in-person delegate status without notice. So if you're running late getting back, feel free to open the proceedings on your phone through YouTube and follow along if a ballot pops up. Thanks, everyone. See you in an hour.
Hi, folks. We're just fixing some of the ballots for the afternoon. Thanks for being patient with us. I need about 3 to 5 more minutes to fix this, and then we're going to get started, so please find your seats.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Could I have your attention, please? I'd like to bring the convention to order. We're ready to get started. Thanks for your patience on that brief delay. Could you have everybody quiet down? We'd like to bring the convention to order and get started with the resolutions. All right, thank you. Resolutions are the last item of business that we'll be voting on today and will be the bulk of the convention business. The topics we are covering are on subject matter that many Democrats feel passionately about, but please keep cool heads throughout the discussion here. In order to get resolutions passed in a timely manner, we will need to work quickly and free from disruptions. At this point, no new resolutions may be removed from the slate under the adopted rules for the convention. Additionally, amendments to the report are limited to changing the recommendation. Please pay special attention to the committee recommendation for each resolution. If a resolution is on the floor for debate, that means that it got pulled from the slate to be debated separately. Debate on these topics will look very similar to the debate on the minority reports, with 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against, alternating between the 2 sides of the debate, and 2 minutes for each speaker. We will be going through debate on 3 resolutions at a time and then vote on each using combined ballots. So there have been 10 resolutions that have been pulled for separate debate, but first we should adopt the resolutions report except for the resolutions that have been pulled for debate. So just so everybody knows, so we got all the resolutions, 10 have been pulled. We're going to now vote on the rest of the slate.
I would let Tom do his report first.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. We're gonna go you first.
Okay.
Before
So
we go to the ballot, we're gonna let Tom give the report.
got it. So now we're going to go to Tom on the resolutions report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Tom Gerard, co-chair of the Resolutions Committee. My co-chair, Jessica, was, thank you. My co-chair, Jessica, was not feeling well this morning, and so she may not be able to participate in person. Chair Billig and fellow delegates, 2 years ago, the Platform Committee considered both the platform and over 1,000 amendments, as well as 48 resolutions. That was a lot. So thankfully, the tasks and the committees were separated. Jeff and Katie, you're welcome. As a reminder, in our party, the platform states our shared beliefs. Resolutions describe actions that we are asking the state party to take. This year, the Resolutions Committee reviewed 91 resolutions, covering a wide range of issues affecting our state, our communities, and our party, including economic justice, healthcare, education, housing, immigration, environmental protection, transportation, campaign finance reform, voting rights, civil rights, military policy, and party governance. Throughout this process, committee members worked closely with resolution makers to improve clarity, strengthen language, verify supporting documentation, eliminate duplication, and ensure compliance with convention rules. My co-chair and I would like to acknowledge the work of the committee members. Please stand and be recognized if you are part of the Resolutions Committee. On behalf of the committee, we also want to thank all the resolution makers and our Central Committee Resolutions Committee members who assisted with pre-screening. And we're also deeply appreciative of Isabella's support. So to briefly explain our recommendations, if we gave a recommendation of do pass, we determined that the resolution was ready for convention consideration in its submitted form. If our recommendation was do pass as amended, the committee supported the resolution's intent, but recommended amendments that improved clarity, accuracy, actionability, or procedural compliance. If we gave a recommendation of return to maker, the committee believed the proposal raised important issues, but required substantial revision before convention adoption. The Washington State Democrats Central Committee Resolutions Committee can assist the makers, and those ideas can be considered by the Central Committee at our meeting in September. If we gave a recommendation of do not pass, we determined the resolution should not be adopted, often because it duplicated another proposal, lacked a clear action, or was inconsistent with existing party positions. Remember that the difference between resolutions and platforms. So if we're just saying the party supports, that's not really an action, that's something that belongs in the platform. Finally, if it was the recommendation is out of order, it could not properly be considered because it conflicted with convention rules or exceeded the scope of what a resolution may accomplish. Examples included attempts to amend the platform through the resolutions process or proposals outside the authority of the party. So in summary, out of the 91 resolutions in the report, there's also one committee-generated substitute resolution and one urgent resolution submitted after the regular deadline. The committee submitted one. In the rules, it said that if we got ones that were substantially similar, that we could create a combined resolution, which is what we did with 2691 on the length of the legislative sessions. So in the final report, our recommendations for due pass, there are 25 that are due pass. There are 28 that have due pass as amended. There are 19 return to maker, 14 do not pass, and 6 out of order. We respectfully submit the committee report for consideration by the convention. Thank you.
All right. So I should ask. Okay. I should ask if there is any debate on the resolution, on the approval of the slate. Okay, seeing none, we are now going to move on to our first ballot for resolutions. So I'm going to ask the staff to please open the ballot now. A QR code is now
Sorry, give me 1 second.
displayed
Updated since the last time we were on this.
behind me. And you can scan that with your phones to open the ballot. If you're using a laptop, the 2026 Convention Google Drive has all of the links. And it should be reserve ballot 2.
Yes.
Yeah, reserve ballot 2, that is correct. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah, reserve ballot 2. And we are going to move, because the voting has gone smoothly, we're going to move to 7 minutes for voting. So I'm here for you. Okay. And the balloting is open now. Voting is open now. There's 6 minutes and 45 seconds left. If you have any trouble, please find a staff member in the back or raise your hand and a staff member will come to you.
Point of order over there.
Please, if you have a point of order, are you able to move to the microphone?
Delegation chair needs to move to the microphone.
It is, yeah. You're recognized.
Terry Niles, 17th LD Delegate Chair, and I was informed by a couple of my delegates that the links to the last 2 resolutions are not on the list. All of them are, but the last 2 are not. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look into that right now. Okay, so the reason for that is because the slate we are voting on does not include the last 2 urgent resolutions. Those are not considered on the slate. They will be considered individually for an up and down vote. So we are approving only the resolutions that came in, right? in time for the committee to make a recommendation on them. So we are only approving the ones that have a recommendation, except for the first urgent resolution, which has a due pass recommendation, but we are still going to hold an up and down vote for it. Nobody pulled the urgent resolutions. They automatically come to the floor. So we are just approving 26 through -1 through 26-91 for clarification. If anyone has a question, come up and let me know.
I was going off of.
30 seconds left to vote. Ballots are now closed. Stand by for the results. Okay, the results are in. There are 719 votes to adopt and 11 votes to reject. So I would say that means that has passed. Nicely done. Thanks everybody for your work on that. Now we're going to turn our attention to the remaining ballots. There are 10 resolutions pulled for separate debate. The one urgent resolution that was submitted before the committee concluded its work and was considered by the committee, and one urgent resolution that was not considered by the Resolutions Committee and will be considered new business. I have been advised that one of the pulled resolutions, the one regarding precinct committee officers, is out of order as attempting to amend the charter without proposing a charter amendment, and so I do now rule it out of order. And if anybody wants a brief explanation from the parliamentarian, we can do that. Just raise your hands if somebody needs an explanation. Okay, we will get a short explanation from the parliamentarian.
Our right to organize ourselves is protected by the First Amendment and has been the subject of litigation brought by this party to the state Supreme Court, which led to the creation of the State Central Committee and the body that you are presently part of. As a result, the basic law in this area is a statute that is passed with regard to our organization is meaningful unless we disagree with it. Our charter has about 2 pages or so talking about precinct committee officers, what they can do, and so on. And to create a statutory position that is not reflected in our charter without amending the charter to match the two in some fashion will create confusion about who gets to vote on district chairs, because there is a statute that says whatever the statute says with respect to district chairs. There is a charter provision that says precinct committee officers vote for district chair, and there is a state Supreme Court decision that says whatever the party rule says matters, because the Republicans, in fact, don't bother to elect district chairs, and one of their PCOs contested it, saying that he had a right to vote on a district chair, and the state Supreme Court said not unless the party gives it to you. So I've suggested this be ruled out of order and be resubmitted if as it would be if it had been returned to maker, in connection with some kind of accompanying charter amendment or something that covers that gap so that we do not create confusion in what is one of the most important areas, which is how do we fill legislative vacancies if they happen. Our rules say that our precinct committee officers have to vote on it. It would just create a structural difference, but that's the reason I have advised to have this taken out of order and resubmitted in a broader context. It focused only on the legislature and did not deal with the charter.
Thank you, and you're recognized at microphone number 1.
Yes, hi, I'm Mary from the 37th, and I'm going to hopefully get this right, but is it possible to have identifying information about the resolutions that we're voting on displayed on the screen while we're voting it, so we can like have the titles or something like that? Is that what you...
Yes, I will get to that. If everyone wants to have it on your own device, it's under the final committee reports folder on the drive, on the convention drive, and it is the final committee report for the resolutions committee, and you can follow along with me, and I will also display it on the screen. Just if everyone could be patient with me, because I'm going to have to switch between the slideshow and the spreadsheet. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you. Is it possible to entertain a follow-up question?
Sure, proceed.
I'm just curious, for the in the Google Sheets, is the order that the resolutions to be voted on here, that's in the order that they're presented up there, right? Okay, thank you for the clarification, and thank you guys for your leadership too, so thank you.
All right, so now we're going to proceed on with debate on the first three resolutions. So we're going to do the first debate on the first three resolutions, then we will vote on those three resolutions on one ballot. The first resolution to be debated is Resolution 26-16, a resolution to move the Washington State primary to June. And the speakers are going to be Kevin Buck, Speaker for, then Waylon Menzia against, Kristen Larson for, and William Phillip against. Kevin Buck, is that you? Okay, proceed. 2 minutes each.
Hello, I'm Kevin Buck. I'm a committee officer for Precinct 9200 in Cheney, home of Eastern Washington University. Go Eags! I also volunteer on one of the, depending on how you count it, 8 or 12 of the competing campaigns against Michael Baumgardner for CD5. Resolution 2116 makes several compelling arguments for moving the primary from August to June. The reason why I'm supporting it is because I think if we move the primary up, it would give a lot more time for voters and volunteers to be a more effective timeline. Under the current schedule, Democratic challengers in Republican districts begin the general election period serious disadvantage. Till the primary is decided, volunteers' time and money are dispersed among competing campaigns instead of being focused building the strongest possible Democratic challenger. This leaves the primary winner with just 10 weeks before ballots are mailed and 13 weeks to the election to unite supporters from other campaigns, integrate volunteers in field operations, maximize fundraising, and develop clear messaging to win. For these reasons, I urge the support of Resolution 26-16 to give Democratic candidates a fair, practical timeline they need to win. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you Waylon? Proceed.
Hi there. My name is Waylon Menzia. I am the delegation chair from the 47th Legislative District. I am rising in opposition to this poll today. I am a former employee of the Washington Secretary of State's office in our Information Security and Response Division, which is a lot of words to say I talk to people about how elections work in this state. This resolution does not call out that the federal government has gutted all election security infrastructure pretty much across the country, and Washington is working on fumes right now to run our elections. Also, on top of that, all 39 counties are in charge of running their elections. There's a lot of infrastructure that is not acknowledged in this resolution that needs to be acknowledged. We can't expect counties across Washington state, those including Garfield and King County, the resources in both of those counties are not the same. It is irresponsible when we are working on fumes right now to be considering uprooting our system. Washington state has up to 5 elections per year. That is 5 separate times counties have to go through an elections process. We would have to change all of our election infrastructure to accommodate a change like this, not including national standards that we would have to then comply with. I urge supporting the committee's decision after their deliberation on this as a do not pass. It is not responsible for us to do this right now. It is focused on ideals. I hope that folks who wrote this engage with the actual infrastructure going forward so that we can have something that reflects the needs of Washington state and all 39 counties. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Kristen?
Yes, I'm Kristen.
Please proceed.
Kristen Larson, LD9, and also from Congressional District 5. Late primaries give incumbents an undemocratic advantage. Per the Secretary of State, voter turnout for Washington state primaries averages around 40%. The makeup of the lower voter turnout in the primaries skews voters towards who are active political participants. So it'd be the people in this room. It misses the people that are not engaged. Voters who are easier and less costly to reach. In contrast, general election voters are less active political participants and are more costly to reach. Under the current system, an August primary creates significant challenges for campaigns. Candidates must divide their time, attention, and financial resources between the primary and the general election, making it more difficult to communicate effectively with voters and address the issues that matter most to their communities. Incumbent candidates are generally better funded, have higher name recognition than challenging candidates. Later primaries allow incumbents to leverage their advantages of increased name recognition and better funding to suppress the efforts of challenging candidates. Early primaries would allow challenging candidates more time to accumulate funding, name recognition, and allow them the opportunity to meet the incumbent candidate in an equal footing. In Eastern Washington, the late primary incumbent advantages are being used to great effect to suppress the Democratic challengers for the Republican seats. Ultimately, our goal should be simple: to ensure that the best candidates have the opportunity to present their vision to the public and earn the support of the voters. Early primaries would create a more democratic level playing field for the general election. And I would like to say that of the 50 states, the most of the primaries are done in June.
Thank you. And are you William? Please proceed.
William Phillip from the 17th LD. This resolution is attempting to push our primary back to June. That's a full 2 months, which can have some major negative impacts on our state's legislatures, our candidates and their campaigns. By moving the primary 2 months earlier, we'll have to move filing week to March, which means the campaigns will need to mobilize earlier, and our incumbents will already be in session when their campaigns are starting. Candidates will be forced to spend earlier for the primary, which will deplete their war chest, their funds, and leave them weaker in the general. Because with the general, moving it to June means that our candidates have an even longer stretch between the primary and the general, losing their momentum, losing their name recognition, having more time to have to spend money to be known. The only people to benefit from changing the primary to June are those with the money to run long, protracted, expensive campaigns. And let's be honest with you, the only thing the other side really has going for them is that they have more money than us. That's their main thing. And so I'm asking you to vote no against this motion and to maintain the do not pass verdict on this resolution, as the only people who will truly benefit from it are Republicans. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to debate on Resolution 26-68, a resolution that no individual should hold more than one position of public privilege. The first speaker is Jonathan Peebles, speaking for. If you can come forward, Jonathan. And then it'll be Jen Otis against John Snow for, and then from the floor, a speaker again. So, Jonathan. Jonathan, go ahead.
Is it acceptable if we switch to the order? I'm the author, and we've talked to if I can go first. Mr. Chair, fellow Democrats, let me get this so I can read it. There we go. This resolution is about principle. Thank you. Executive offices hold and carry tremendous power. They administer programs, direct staff, execute policy while representing the public. Legislative offices create laws, budgets, and provide that oversight to the executive. Those are entirely different responsibilities in our democracy, and any democracy is strongest when those powers are shared amongst many people rather than concentrated in the hands of a few or in the hands of an individual. Some have argued this could prevent someone like a water commissioner from becoming a manager, but this resolution does not regulate employment, it regulates public offices. And frankly, if someone simultaneously oversees and benefits from another position in the same system, that's an argument for stronger ethic rules, not weaker ones. Some have asked, what if we trust the people involved? Personally, I trust many of our elected officials, but ethic rules are not written because we think certain people are corrupt. They're written so people don't have to wonder if there's corruption taking place. The appearance of conflict of interest damages public confidence just as surely as actual corruption, and Democrats should not wait for scandals before acting. We should lead on ethics. This is not a radical idea. Throughout American history, we have recognized that concentrated power is dangerous. The answer is never to trust people more. The answer has always been accountability, transparency, and clear lines of responsibility. Good governance isn't written for today's office holders, it's written for people we haven't even met yet, and that's why I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you. Are you Jen?
Yes, I'm Jen Otis from the 27th LD and the Resolution Committee member. The Resolution Committee requests this body uphold the decision to return to Maker. We are not telling them to scrap this. We absolutely agree about ethics in elections. However, we feel like this particular resolution leaves out our rural communities. Two of our resolution committee members stepped forward because they hold multiple roles. There are issues with vacancies in some of the smaller elected departments. All that we're asking is for the writer of the resolution to go back and talk to more of the rural candidates and the rural LDs to find out what their needs are before we pass legislation restricting only one officer or one. This is my first time up here, I'm sorry. I mean, you get the point. We just want our rural areas to be considered before we make things that could make things restrictive for them, because often there are vacancies in certain departments and true leaders will step up and take multiple roles when they have to. And we have to enable them to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. I've done this a lot and I still get nervous, so totally get it for first time. John Snow. Or you guys switched. Okay, go ahead.
So I'll make this quick, kind of what John said. If you look at the face of this, we're not targeting legislatures. He said we're not targeting water districts. It is executive offices. So no one holds more. We see what a current executive is doing in our executive office, and we just want to curb that now. Like the previous speaker said, we want to talk more. This is a good first step. It's not a end-all, be-all. So I vote do pass this. And let's get started and talk with others and see if we want to come back in September.
Thank you. And for the final against speaker, there was not anybody prearranged, so if there's somebody from the floor that would like to speak against, the first person to the mic is able to speak against. Yeah, and that's fine if there are no speakers, so, oh, I see somebody coming, okay. Yeah. And just want to confirm that you're speaking against.
Correct.
Okay, please proceed.
I'm speaking that the original decision of the resolution committee stands.
Turn the mic down.
Is that right?
Yes. Get closer to the mic.
Get closer to the mic.
Okay. Sasha Slayton, 47th Legislative District. The purpose of return to Maker is a kind thing. It says we see strengths here. It just needs to be clarified, strengthened, fixed in some small ways. It's not denied the resolution. So the decision of the committee really says yes to both sides. It's a good thing, needs polish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have, is there a point of order? Because otherwise we're going to proceed.
Yes, one of my delegates would like to be recognized for a point of order.
Please proceed.
Chris Porter, 34th LD. The previous speaker was supposed to address the do pass argument, because that's the one. Or did I get that wrong?
No, she was supposed to be against, and I felt she was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was against.
Good, thanks. Okay. Our final resolution for this set before we go to the ballot is Resolution 2682, resolution condemning Representative Maria Glusenkamp Perez's vote on the stopping.
The next one's a virtual video, so every time it says virtual video.
Okay. So her vote on the Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act. The first, so we have four speakers, Guinevere Dinsmore, who's going to be virtual, speaking for, Terry Niles against, Alicia Ramirez for, and John Latta against. So for our first virtual speaker, please proceed.
In the official United States Counterterrorism Strategy 2026, Donald Trump begins the document by stating, quote, "If you hurt Americans or are planning to hurt Americans, we will find you and we will kill you." Several pages later, the document states, quote, "Our national counterterrorism activities will also prioritize the rapid identification and neutralization of violent secular political groups whose ideology is anti-American, radically pro-transgender, and anarchist." Executive Order 14168, the title of which contains the phrase "defending women from gender ideology extremism," is cited in H.R. 2616, aka the Stopping Indoctrination and Protecting Kids Act, which passed the House of Representatives and was sent to the Senate on May 21st of this year. It is this bill that Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, a Democrat of Washington, voted to pass. This bill contains language that, if passed, would directly cause and contribute to the genocide of trans children and adults in this country. It would force teachers to dead-name trans children. It would force trans children to use bathrooms and facilities that do not align with their gender identity, leading to bullying, harassment, or worse. It would effectively force all trans educators out of their jobs. Forcing an incorrect name and gender onto children will increase their psychological stress to levels that have often led to suicide and will result in suicide and self-harm on a mass scale. By removing trans teachers from schools, this amounts to genocide by cultural erasure and denial of work. The federal government has clearly stated its intent to erase trans people from society and kill anyone who supports them, as quoted above. By voting for this bill, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez has not only endorsed, but actively aided, abetted, and effectuated this genocide. Condemn her vote now.
Thank you. And Terry Niles. Terry Niles? She's coming.
Hi, thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk. Fellow Democrats, I rise today not in agreement with Marie's vote. I'm strongly opposed Marie's vote, but I rise in opposition to this resolution at this time. As someone that has knocked on thousands of doors in the 3rd CD, I can tell you that our district is not Seattle. It is not New York. If we want to take back the House, as I've heard Democrats talk about all weekend long, and stop Donald Trump's agenda, we must hold this seat. Marie has the support of Democratic leaders in Congress who understand both her district and her role supporting labor and our rural communities in our district. Representative Jamie Raskin recently came to Washington to support her reelection because he understands that her voice and her votes are critical to maintaining a Democratic presence in a district that, like I said, is not Seattle and is not New York. 3rd CD local labor leaders strongly support Marie because she has delivered for them. As Van Jones says, the point of being a progressive is to get progress. In a district like the 3rd, progress comes from electing a Democrat that can actually win in this Republican district. Marie is that candidate. She won her first election given 4% chance of winning, and she was able to pull that off. Marie is that candidate. She has spent years in this district developing those relationships to be able to win. The alternative is not a more progressive Democrat. The alternative is a Republican taking this seat. This resolution does not strengthen our party. It does not help us win election. It does not help us hold a critical Democrat seat. It only provides ammunition to Republicans who want nothing more to see Marie replaced with John Braun, a MAGA Republican who will vote 100% of the time with Trump. At this time when we should be united in defending Democrat representation in one of the nation's most competitive districts, this resolution's...
Thank you. Alicia Ramirez.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alicia Ramirez. I'm from the 1st CD, 1st LD. Before I continue, I just want to shout out that my delegation voted 9-0 to pull this resolution in support on the floor. Over the last 17 months since this Trump administration has been in office, there has been a dramatic rollback in the civil rights and protections of marginalized groups across the country. These rollbacks are not just a giant step backward. They are an attempt to weaponize the systems put in place to protect the rights of our marginalized communities while simultaneously legislating us out of existence. Our trans siblings have been one of the central targets in these attacks, especially trans youth and young adults. Make no mistake, it will not stop with the trans community. If our legislators do not stand up and fight back, then all of our communities are at risk. As a party, we have the responsibility and the duty to stand up for the rights of the most vulnerable among us and to hold our democratic elected officials who do not to account, including and especially those who sign onto and support harmful legislation like H.R. 2616, more commonly known as the Don't Say Trans bill. I urge folks here to vote do pass on this resolution so that we can make sure that we are protecting all of our communities, because when they come for one of us, they are coming for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And John Latta.
Thank you. I'm John Latta from LD 17 in Southwest Washington, where CD3 is, and where LD 1 isn't. I'm sorry about that, but CD3 is purple. As Terry said, it's been Republican for quite a long time before now. It's Marie Perez is a Democrat, and she believes in civil rights for all. If you ask her, she'll tell you that. I think condemning Democrats doesn't help us. Many good bills come with poison pills that the Republicans put in there because the Republicans hold the House right now. We want to get the House in the Democrats' hands, and the way we're going to do that is vote Democratic. We're not cutting down Democrats, we're voting for Democrats. Help the Democrats win in CD3 again. Vote no on this change. Do not pass is the correct answer right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now that we've concluded debate on the first three resolutions to be considered, we'll move to our first ballot for resolutions and our fourth ballot of the day. I'm going to ask staff to please open the ballot now. And the QR code. Oh, go.
Point of clarification. So it was stated earlier that Marie has wide support from the local unions. I would like to point out that most of the local unions have not currently endorsed.
Excuse me, please cut off that. I apologize because this is debate and we have really strict convention rules about debate.
This is just clarification that it's not.
I'm not, it's a debate. Thank you. Okay. The ballot is now open. The QR code is on the screen. And you have 7 minutes to vote. All three resolutions are on this ballot. Just for everyone's information, we are adding 30 seconds to the ballot because there are some technical difficulties.
With political stuff.
Okay, the ballots are closed. Stand by for the results. Okay, we have the results. You get the convention to order? Yeah, okay. I've been instructed I should bang the gavel. That seems extreme. All right. All right. On the first resolution, 2616, which is about moving the date of the primary, the uphold the committee the committee recommendation of do not pass prevailed with 557 votes to 202 votes to amend the recommendation. On the second resolution, the no individual should hold more than one position or privilege. Upholding the return to maker recommendation prevailed with 578 votes, and the recommendation to change to do pass had 183 votes. On the third one, which is the resolution condemning Representative Gluesenkamp Perez, her vote, upholding the committee's recommendation of do not pass prevailed with 383 votes, and the amend to do pass had 377 votes. Okay, now that we love democracy, that's exactly how it's supposed to work. All right. Now that I've used the gavel, it's going to be out of control. All right. Thanks, everybody, for your votes. Now we're going to move on to the next set of resolutions, debate. Next resolution is Resolution 2677. Resolution, what is it? Two different resolutions there. Okay. It's Resolution 2677. The title of that resolution is Resolution 2026-09, calling for a full-time state legislature. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Stand by for our speakers. The speakers are Charlie McMurray, 4. Please make your way to the microphone. And then coming up will be Jackson Dees speaking against, Hillary Morales speaking for, and Amish Dave speaking against. Oh, sorry, Amish Dave.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. First, passing legislation is a very difficult, tedious process, and I strongly encourage to vote for this resolution because the other one has a business in it about having full-time or. Either you have a full-time or you don't, so the or really won't work. But the point I want to make in passing legislation is hard. We experienced that this morning when we had a motion to suspend the rules. That's what happens in the legislature lots of times. You get delay, procrastination, and it's extremely difficult to pass a bill between the two houses in extremely limited time. But the main point of having a full-time legislature is for you have checks and balances. The McCray decision in this state, and more recently with the Department of Youth and Family Services, having almost $1 billion in judgments against it because of the enormous amount of nonfeasance or malfeasance that's occurring within that body. Therefore, you need a legislature to have those checks and balances. Secondly, society changes radically. Look what happened in February, approximately February of this year, and now with gas prices and that war that president started. But the point I'm trying to make is you need a legislature that can be full-time. That doesn't mean that legislature may not take a recess. But you need a full-time legislature so you have appropriate checks and balances and review of what's going on because things are exceptionally dynamic. And I think that's the reason why you definitely need a full-time legislature is those judgments are costing you as much money as you think the full-time legislature is going to cost the lack of checks and balances and legislative oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson, proceed.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jackson Dees from the 3rd LD and member of the Resolutions Committee. And I'm here to speak that you uphold the Resolution Committee's recommendation of do not pass, mostly because we combined a lot of these resolutions talking about a full-time legislature, which you all passed at the slate. So this is kind of redundant. And then we agree with all of the aspects of an extended or full-time legislature, which is why we included it in the resolution that you all approved in the slate. The Resolutions Committee just believes that we should let the legislature choose what works best for them, just giving them the guidance that the WSDCC supports lengthier session time so we can respond to things that are happening outside of January to March. So thank you. Yield my time.
Thank you. Hillary?
Hello, everyone. My name is Hillary Morales. I'm the chair of the 44th Legislative District, Democrats. I urge you to please adopt our resolution here. I know it was put as do not pass because there was the other language put in of or an alternative. But let's stop going for half measures. We did not put our elected officials in there to make a decision of maybe we extend it by 1 day, maybe we extend it by a week. We say, listen to us, the voter, because we are the ones who put you in office. And not only that, but we have changed as a people. When we initially put in this part-time legislature, this was because it was an agrarian culture. We said, oh, you had to take time to go take care of your crops. Oh, you had to take time because you had to figure out when or not you were going to figure out when your alfalfa was going to be growing. Well, we are a progressive state. We are one of the most progressive states in the United States. So why is our legislature so backwards? Why is it so bad that we can't get a full-time amount of money so that people like our youth, like our people of color, can't be properly paid and compensated for their work? Our legislature makes it so that you have to be independently wealthy, a business owner, to be able to run for this office. It is keeping people who deserve to be in office from it. And just extending the legislature does not mean that they will be able to do it. It is time that we run our state like the other progressive states out there who have a full-time legislature. The reason why you get such great elected officials into office is because you pay them, you compensate them, you don't expect them to give up their lives, their livelihoods, and their time without proper money. So give it. I'm urging you, stop giving half measures, stop asking for handouts, and give us what we all deserve, a full-time legislature in Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. Amish, proceed.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you. Amish Dave, 37th District, speaking on behalf of the Resolutions Committee. Your Resolutions Committee actually had a really thoughtful debate on this discussion, and we realized that there were multiple challenges to passing it. We actually share your goal of having more people in Washington State having more access to our legislators, but this particular resolution has a lot of flaws. So one, currently, many of our people on the Resolutions Committee recognize that our legislators actually have more time in their off sessions to meet with their constituents and visit sites within their district. So they're not seen as perpetually living in Olympia and being creatures, per se, of Olympia. It's important for our legislators to also have real-life experience and have those off sessions and shorter sessions and the longer sessions. That's when, for example, in our district, in the 37th, I get to sit down for an hour with my legislator talking about issues that matter to me as a physician and for my patients on public health. We also feel that there are unintended consequences of this resolution. Right now, we have more Democrats in Olympia than we have Republicans. If you keep Democrats in Olympia for longer, there is a real concern that Republicans will have more time to be able to campaign in their districts. Democrats will have less time. So you're handicapping Democrats and potentially getting more Republicans elected over time through that unintended consequence. It's also important to recognize that many of our legislators also have significant experience working with nonprofits and other organizations when they're not in their legislature. I think about people like like Nicole Macri working in public health. I think about people like Marcus Riccelli working here in Spokane for a federally qualified health center. It's important that our legislators have experience working outside of just being legislators, and they have other job experiences and other life experiences. Furthermore, speaking to the last speaker's point, this resolution and the resolves doesn't actually address how funding would occur for a full-time legislature and how the staff members who would need to support those legislators would get the financial support and the salaries to make it viable for them. And I think that salary component was a huge reason why your Resolutions Committee felt like this wasn't ready for prime time and it could come back next convention. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to debate on Resolution 26-7, regulate the AI industry in Washington and stop the data center takeover. The first speaker is Jonathan Ward. If you can make your way up to the microphone, then after that will be Rach Fox against, Mary Williams for, and then Andrew Shiofu speaking against. Thank you.
You ready? Friends, I rise in rebuttal to Resolution 26-7, which calls on Democrats to wholly condemn and oppose new data center construction and broad categories of AI use. First, I share many of the AI concerns listed here. Wage suppression, deepfakes, and surveillance pricing are real harms, and I'm glad our party takes them seriously. But this resolution does not regulate those harms. It condemns data center construction itself. That's the wrong target. It ignores AI's beneficial uses, like reading medical scans to catch cancers earlier than humans can. Further, if a data center isn't built here, AI use doesn't stop. It just crosses state lines over the internet, unaffected by this resolution. Washington didn't become a tech and clean energy leader by saying no to infrastructure. We did it by building infrastructure well. We have 105 data centers statewide in places like Quincy, Wenatchee, and Seattle that generate tens of millions in property tax revenue for our communities. Quincy went from a farm town to a regional economic anchor, partly because of this industry. Microsoft and Amazon's investments support thousands of family wage construction and operations jobs. If we tell our party to oppose this industry wholesale, we don't stop data centers. We just push them to Idaho, Nevada, Texas, or elsewhere. States with none of the labor, environmental, clean renewable energy, or tribal standards we've fought for. This resolution even cites Governor Ferguson's data center work group and AI task force, already doing the work of getting guardrails right. That's the model. Community benefit agreements, clean energy requirements, water and grid standards, enforceable labor protections, much of it already in Resolution 26-62 passed earlier today.
Thank you. Rach, proceed.
Fellow Democrats, I speak to you on behalf of the Resolutions Committee that recommended a due pass vote on this by a margin of 25-1. This resolution is about a simple question. Who is technology for? Right now, the largest corporations in human history are racing to build data centers across the state, drawing down our water, straining our power grid, and raising energy bills of working families who are already in an affordability crisis. All the fuel systems most of us never consented to and are jeopardizing our freedoms with no human accountability when they get it wrong. These technology changes are that of which we have not had time to research, prepare for, fully understand, or speak against, and it affects our communities, our future, and most importantly, our children's future. Our state created an AI task force to study this, and that work does matter, but it has some real gaps, like surveillance pricing, the theft of creative work, the mass scraping of our private lives, wage suppression, and inadequately addressed AI policing recommendations. This resolution attempts to fill those gaps, and it is how we, the people, tell our legislators where we stand so that they can write the laws. We are giving them direction that technology should benefit the people, not corporations. Researchers have found that the less people know about AI, the more they are swept up in it because it feels like magic. And that's why the final resolved is about AI literacy. An informed voter is a free voter.
Across the country, grassroots opposition to these projects is surging, and roughly half of planned data centers nationwide are now stalled or canceled. Democracy is working. We ask that Washington be a part of that, not a bystander to it. We, as a committee, agreed with the 4th LD that this is an important issue that needs to be addressed right now, not after the impacts are too great to ignore. We ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
Hi, my name is Amy Hamrick. I'm the chair of the 5th LD delegation, and I'm reading Mary's statement since she could not be here in person. Although the resolution cites legitimate concerns regarding environmental and societal impacts of the construction and operation of data centers and the use of AI, and suggests some useful educational measures, the sweeping, unequivocal statement that Washington Democratic Party should openly condemn and oppose the construction of new AI data centers and the use of essentially all AI algorithms and agents simply goes too far. It fails to recognize the complexity of both cloud computing and AI. AI data centers do not exist. Data centers provide compute capacity which powers many aspects of society and communications and may or may not include AI functionality. AI is multifaceted and can be used for beneficial purposes such as identifying proteins to fight diseases, quickly processing satellite images to direct first responders in a natural disaster, or identifying discriminatory practices and patterns in policing and prosecution. In the Democratic Party, we should be educating ourselves about potential AI risks and benefits and advocating for concrete, actionable measures to address the legitimate concerns rather than making absolute alarmist statements. Accordingly, we encourage the convention not to pass Resolution 26-7. A more narrowly worded, actionable resolution can be brought forth at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
Andrea Schöffe. This is very low. Okay. Andrea Schöffe, the 3rd LD Stonewall Caucus chair. I wrote a whole speech, and I'm not really good in reading speeches, but I'm here as someone that has had AI by Jonathan Shaw, if you know that person, used to attack me last year. And the thing is, we need stronger AI rules. We need stronger AI protection, not just for people like me, but also for our children. We've seen a high rate of AI being used to create sexual manipulative pictures of students in schools. So when is this going to be enough? We see the impacts of data centers. We see Republican governments giving tax breaks to these data centers. We see the wastage of water. We are a party that talks about clean energy. We are a party that talks about equality. We are a party that talks about the working class. Let's put our actions into not just words, but real actions. The other thing is, the data centers is nothing but selfish actions by millionaire tech CEOs. I'm not saying that we don't need technology. We need regulation. That's the most important thing we need above everything. We need regulation. We need our Olympia elected officials to do the work to create the right regulations and rules before any other thing. And right now, AI is causing destruction that needs to be regulated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to move to debate on Resolution 2650, the resolution to oppose construction of nuclear power reactors in Washington State. The first speaker is going to be Gary Barton, speaking for. Please make your way up. And then Shade, Maughan, Thomas Countryman, Kendall Kastner will be speaking after that. Are you Gary?
Yeah. So Gary first.
Yeah.
I'm going to yield my time to Sharon Review.
Please proceed. Yep.
I'm Sharon Abreu from the 40th LD. As an environmental educator, I was aware, and I am aware, that the problems that have always existed with nuclear energy remain. Repackaging nuclear reactors as new or small or advanced doesn't change the very real dangers of nuclear accidents, routine releases of radiation, and the problem of storing radioactive waste over millennia. Beyond the dangers and high costs which fall on the taxpayers, the risks to residents of our state would increase due to Donald Trump's removal of safeguards for the public. Nuclear reactors are not continuously manufactured and cannot be rapidly installed. Nuclear technology is much more expensive, so the bottom line is these reactors are just not available in a timely manner to help mitigate the climate crisis. We need to be aware of false solutions, as pointed out in Hoodwinked in the Hothouse, False Solutions to Climate Change by the Indigenous Environmental Network and other groups. Compelling cases against new nuclear reactors were made in the June 12th webinar, Collision Course, Hanford Cleanup, Nuclear Energy and Data Centers by Crystal Tubals of Honor the Earth, Arjun Makajani of the Institute for Energy and Environmental Research, and Simone Anter, Senior Staff Attorney and Hanford Program Director for Columbia Riverkeeper. For years, China has been investing in solar, wind, battery storage, and energy efficiency, while our government turns to fracking, LNG, and nuclear as if on a national suicide mission. This has been pointed out for decades. Amazon has already contracted to build its modular reactors in South Korea, so there will be very few construction jobs here. Governor Ferguson signed a bill into law which gives Amazon 14 years of no property tax for the land gifted to them at Hanford.
Yeah, thank you. Shade.
My name is Shade Mahan. I'm a state committee member from Spokane County, and I ask that you adopt the committee's recommendation on this resolution of do not pass. What is being proposed is that we take a strong opposition stance against all nuclear-related projects in Washington. I want to emphasize that adopting the committee recommendation is not an endorsement of nuclear, but an appreciation for the fact that each project deserves nuance. This resolution cites a risk to taxpayer funds based on past cost overruns in publicly funded projects. It omits the fact that the only direct public funding of permanent nuclear projects in our state are located at Hanford, Washington State University, and the University of Washington. All are for research and training. No other direct funding is proposed, none. Omitted revenues from sales tax or use taxes, like the property tax exemption that was expanded from other energy facilities to also include nuclear, do not expose taxpayer funds to any kind of risk from cost overruns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm Tom Countryman from the 28th District, which proudly sponsors this resolution.
Can you just turn the microphone up towards you a little bit, try to get a little closer?
As a United States diplomat, as Assistant Secretary of State for Non-Proliferation, I led negotiations on nuclear energy cooperation between the United States, Saudi Arabia, Korea, and China. There is urgency to combating climate change, but there are many reasons why nuclear energy is the slowest and least effective tool for this purpose. Some of these are listed in the resolution: the risk of radioactive release or accident, the lack of a long-term solution to store spent nuclear fuel. These are serious, but let's focus on the topic this resolution directly addresses: the poor economic rationale for building new reactors. The cost of truly clean, renewable energy tech, solar, wind, and battery storage continues to decline steadily. Each kilowatt of capacity with these technologies is significantly less costly than new reactors, whose cost continues to climb and which cannot be deployed as rapidly. Without massive government subsidies, nuclear power simply cannot stand on its own feet and compete economically. This resolution puts our party on record as pushing state and federal governments to make a safer, cleaner, more cost-effective choice. instead of economic subsidies for nuclear in the form of direct grants, tax exemptions, loan guarantees, or electric rate guarantees, we should direct subsidies to renewable energy technologies. We deserve an energy infrastructure that's cost-effective, resilient, carbon-free, sustainable, and ready right now. On all of these criteria, renewables are the choice.
Thank you. Kendall, proceed.
Hi there, my name is Kendall Kastner, the 8th LD State Committee person and chair for this convention. I'm an IBEW apprentice right now, and I've been building data centers and energy production projects for the last 4.5 years. I've done a solar, wind, and battery plant down in Lexington, Oregon, and have been building data centers for about 3.5 years now. They require so much energy that their backup plan is V16 diesel generators for every phase inside of a data center. That is a lot of diesel. If we can't keep up with the grid energy demands that they need, they're going to turn them on. And it's going to be every community all these data centers, especially in Oregon that I've seen, are going to suffer. The water's already poisoned in Porto Moro. But let me go ahead and read some more information. I ask you to uphold the committee's idea to fight climate change while supporting our growing energy needs. It will require a variety of energy sources. China and Russia are currently already using SMRs, and the EU and Canada are already developing or have implemented new forms of micromodular reactors, which are significantly safer than large-scale nuclear plants built, like the energy plant in Hanford. Lowest pollution and illness per terawatt of power produced. It's just above solar as far as the amount of pollution and deaths that occur from nuclear projects. Washington State has already passed laws that have Democratic support to advance fission reactors, like House Bill 1461. And as far as spent nuclear goes, we have been doing it for the last year at a vitrification plant.
Okay, thank you. So now that we've concluded debate on the second set of 3 resolutions to be considered, we're going to move on to our second ballot for resolutions and our 5th ballot of the day. I'm going to ask the staff to please open the ballot now. The ballot is open and a QR code will be displayed behind me momentarily. You can scan with your phone. And of course, if you're using a laptop, the 2026 Convention Google Drive has all the links. We're going to have the ballot open for 7 minutes. And if you have any trouble, please head to the back of the room to ask a staff member for help or raise your hand if you're not able to move to the back of the room. Thank you. 1 minute to vote. The ballot is closed, and stand by for the results. I'd like to bring the convention to order. We have the results from that ballot. Quiet, please. Okay. Resolution 2677, which was the resolution about calling the full-time Washington State Legislature. The recommendation of do not pass was upheld with 397 votes, and the against 359 votes. It's close. Resolution 26-7 to regulate the AI industry in Washington and stop data center takeovers. The recommendation of do pass was upheld with 578 votes. And the amending to do not pass got 178 votes. Okay, and then the last one, the resolution to oppose construction of nuclear power reactors in Washington State. The recommendation of do not pass was upheld with 472 votes. The amending the recommendation to do pass got 286 votes.
Are you good to do the next set?
Yeah. Okay, now that we've concluded debate on the second set of 3 resolutions to be considered. We'll move to our second ballot of resolutions and our fifth of the day. Sorry, is that right?
Third.
Yeah.
Fifth ballot of the day.
Our third ballot on resolutions. Yeah. And our fifth ballot of the day. I'm going to ask the staff. No.
Is it 29
Sorry.
is the first one?
Stand by, please. Okay, thanks for your vote on ballot 5. We're now going to move on to the next 3 resolutions for debate. So resolution 2643 is up next. That's a resolution supporting a forest carbon tax and reward program. The first speaker is Chris Porter speaking for. If you can please approach the mic. And then we've got the speaker against will be from the floor, so be thinking if you might want to speak. And then Ed Chad will be speaking for, and then we have another open slot for speaking against for a speaker from the floor. Chris, please proceed.
Chris Porter, 34th LD. I absolutely do not object to this resolution, but something specific about it in which an amendment could not happen. So I'm here to address what I think is a fundamental problem of a number of resolutions, particularly this one, that address areas like the environment, healthcare, and our social justice system, which is we seek equity but ignore the reality of it. So for instance, in this particular program, and this is an example, not what's in the resolution, if equity addresses tree canopy, I live in West Seattle where the trees are 50 to 70 years old. So in a model of equity, you could give 10 trees to the neighborhood I live in, and then across the way where there's poor tree canopy, give them 10. And in that, 10 trees where I live does absolutely nothing because the trees are 50 to 70 to 80 years old. 10 trees across the way where there's cement, high temperatures, and dust is only a start. But by addressing the inequity, the other 10 trees to the other side, that's what we should be doing. And I say all of this to this. We write a number of resolutions that seek to address the inequity and disparity down the line instead of looking at why aren't we addressing that as the floor of the resolutions that we begin with, because that's the reality of the world that many of us live in. And that's what I'm asking, is that if we're a party that looks at fairness and equity and addressing disparities, it should begin as the floor, not the ceiling, and the hope and promise that somewhere down the line the inequity will be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you a speaker from the floor? Are you
I am a speaker from the floor, and I would like to speak
against?
to
Yeah, and please
yes.
identify yourself and then proceed.
Michelle Kelso, LD6.
Oh, I got it.
Should we not be hearing from the arranged speaker?
So there was no arranged speaker, so it's an open from the floor. So I had announced that it was an open spot that whoever wanted to could speak. Yeah.
Just to explain, this resolution was pulled 5 minutes before the start of Gavelin, so there was no time to prearrange speakers, so we are taking speakers from the floor.
And I'll just clarify that there is a second slot. There's a second slot for a speaker against, and so you're welcome to speak against.
Edge.
Excuse me, you announced Ed Chad as a speaker in favor?
Correct.
But you're taking somebody else first?
No, yeah, so it goes for against, so
He's
Ed will be
speaking
next.
against. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. You have it backwards, okay?
Okay.
I'm the author of the resolution, okay? So I would be speaking against the motion on the floor. And I think I should be the first speaker because I wrote the resolution.
Okay. I have you as speaking for, but I did have
For
you.
what?
just to clarify, the recommendation on the floor for this resolution that was given by the committee is do pass as amended. So if you are speaking for the poll, that means you want it to not pass. I would assume that because you wrote it, you probably want it to pass. So you are speaking for the recommendation to be upheld.
What was Chris?
Or against the, sorry,
Was Chris speaking for or against?
Chris was speaking for, and I have you speaking for. I might have that wrong, though, and I'm happy to clarify. Okay. One second, folks. We're just clarifying. Be patient with us for just 1 minute. Sorry, just to clarify, that was my fault. I misunderstood when someone sent me the prearranged speakers because these came in so last minute, like 5 minutes before Gavelin. So I'm sorry. Happy to clarify. Chris Porter was speaking for the do not pass, right, Tom? Okay. Chris Porter was speaking for the do not pass recommendation. And Ed, you will be speaking against the do not pass recommendation. Yes, so you should go now, and then Michelle will go to you after at the end. Great, okay. And then if another person wants to speak for from the floor, they are welcome to if they get in line now.
Can I clarify something before I speak so that people understand what's
Do you have a motion
going
for a
on?
point of clarification?
I would move to clarify.
Yeah.
Yes, thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Okay. So where it says do pass as amended, the committee made some kind of amendment, and I don't even remember what their amendment was, but I'm fine with the committee's amendment. Chris would like to make an amendment, but you can't do that on the floor. So that's why Chris is making a motion just not to pass it, okay?
Got it.
Because you
Okay.
can't amend it on the floor. So just to make sure everybody understands.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now, we'll go to you, and you're against. So, and then we've got an open spot for anybody who wants to come speak to that, and then we'll go to Michelle. So please proceed, Ed.
Yes. I wrote the original resolution. I have no energy left, but my name is Ed Chad, and I'm from the 24th District on the beautiful Olympic Peninsula. Come out and visit us. And many of you know we are right in the heart of forest country. And we often currently face a dilemma between trying to protect our forests and funding some of our taxing districts like our schools and hospitals. And that's because some of the funding from some of the timber harvests goes to these taxing districts. We currently don't have a good way to compensate these taxing districts for any kind of loss of timber revenue. This resolution would in part solve that problem and many other ones. So let me explain what it is. Washington State several years ago really stepped out ahead of the nation in passing the Climate Commitment Act, okay? And not only did we pass it, the voters resoundingly supported it when an initiative tried to pass that down, okay? It's a wonderful law. That law covers every major climate polluter in the state except the timber industry. It's a glaring exception. What this bill would do is to bring the timber industry in with everybody else and make that industry responsible for its carbon pollution. And without going into the details, this can be done in a way that is not going to kill the timber industry. It just makes them responsible like every other industry. It would bring in money that would help the state be more resilient against disasters by, for example, planting trees in the neighborhood to prevent floods from happening in that neighborhood. It would immensely help rural counties like ours, which are subject to.
Okay, thank you, Ed, and sorry for that confusion. So now we have an open spot speaking for, so the first person that comes to the mic that wants to speak for. Yeah. turn the mic down. Please proceed.
So I'm Elaine Sivium in the 12th LD. I've owned 15 acres of forest land. Mostly it's just sitting there, so we look at the pretty trees. But I would not be really excited about getting a tax on my trees that I am raising to grow carbon. And yes, at some point, we're going to harvest some of those trees. I also, in my past, many years ago, worked at a sawmill that was shut down because the economy was bad. And I know what it was like for those communities around Longview when people weren't able to go to jobs. And I'm a little concerned that our timber economy is already pretty challenged in the state of Washington, and those are good jobs in those communities. And I guess I'd welcome hearing more about how we think that this bill addresses that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now, Michelle. Please proceed.
I'm still short. I'm Michelle Kelso. I'm from LD6. I love trees. I am in support of the committee's recommendation of do pass as amended because we have to make sure that if we harvest our forests, we harvest them responsibly. Giving a carbon tax or imposing a carbon tax on logging, industrial logging, ensures that. If you take down a tree that is 50 years old, you take down quite a bit of carbon dioxide reduction. But if you take down a tree that is 250 years old, that is multiple times the reduction of carbon dioxide being removed from the atmosphere. So we need to make sure that any timber industry, and we're talking industry, we're not talking small-time landowners who might take a tree here or there or every 10 years one. Timber industry is making incredible profits off of our lands. We're going into probably a drought century, at least a drought decade coming up, and we need to protect our forests, especially the old. Well, do we have any old growth forests left? We need to protect our forests as much as possible from the clear cutting and irresponsible timber practices. And that is what a carbon tax can help, because it will make them think twice about the harmful practices that they are imposing on our forests. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the debate on that resolution. We'll move on to Resolution 2629, the Medicare public option. We'll have Taya Zahn speaking for, and we have open spots for both speakers against, and Stephanie Gleason speaking for. So, Taya?
Hi there. I would like to speak against the public option. My name is Lucas. I'm from 44th LD.
Please stand by just a minute, because we're going to go with Taya first.
Okay.
We start with the for, and then we go to the against. So just stand by.
This resolution has been withdrawn. It's going to be worked on by the author and me to be resubmitted in September.
So if there's no objection to it being withdrawn, we're going to allow this to be withdrawn. Seeing no objection, the resolution is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Yep. Now moving to Resolution 2664, the resolution on cutting the U.S. military budget. So we've got two video speakers. So first will be Ahram Falsahi via video speaking for, then Jen Otis speaking against, then Rachel Snell speaking for, and then another video speaking against of Aaron Schrader. So do we have Aram's?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Aram?
Just give me 1 second.
Video.
Greetings, fellow delegates. My name is Aram. I'm Vice Chair of Communications for the 37th LD Democrats.
speaking in support of our resolution to cut the military budget by 50% and to close most overseas military bases. You all know that we can't afford to take care of our society's basic needs as long as we spend obscene amounts on a Pentagon, now called Department of War, that has never even passed an audit. But there's a second reason to demand a reduced military. This country re-elected George W. Bush after he started an illegal war, and it elected Trump twice. Clearly, our fellow Americans are capable of electing racist, warmongering demagogues, and Trump won't be the last one. Now imagine if W and Trump were commanders-in-chief of a military like Canada's or Germany's. Would they be able to defend the U.S. homeland? Sure, but they would not be able to start illegal wars of choice halfway across the globe. If you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. The U.S. military is the largest hammer ever created. Let's at least reduce its size. And for those who think that a 50% cut is too severe, we propose reducing $1.15 trillion to about $580 billion, which was roughly the defense budget in 2016 under President Obama. It won't be a disaster to return to that level of spending. Passing this resolution will not result in the immediate termination of any military programs. The resolution is our instruction to our federal elected officials who, in theory, work for us and can figure out how to implement the cuts. The 1,000+ weapons industry lobbyists are not shy about telling them how to vote. We should do the same. Please join me in supporting this important resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to the next speaker, I'll just note that we got a request to show the text of the resolution, so we're going to do that going forward. Do you have a point of order?
I have a point of clarity. So, yeah, I'm going to let her say it.
Yeah.
It gets confusing because when you say for and against,
Yes.
Sometimes for means against the resolution, and sometimes for means for the resolution,
Got
as
it.
it was. If you could say, like, pass or don't pass
Got it.
the resolution, that would make it a lot easier for everybody else to know what to do.
Yes. Excellent point.
Just in case anybody is wondering, the committee, the motion on the floor, which is what we are voting on, so if you're for the motion on the floor or against the motion on the floor, is in column M right there. So that's what we're for and against, if that just clarifies it, but we'll do a better job at mentioning it as well.
What is the motion on this one?
The motion on this one is to change it from do not pass to do pass. So if you're for, you are for passage. If you're against, you're against passage.
Okay. Thanks for those clarifications. Jen, go ahead.
Hi, I am Jen Otis from the 27 Legislative District, Tacoma, Washington. Our committee was split. We asked that you uphold the decision of the committee, and I'll explain why. First off, he gives a number of $1.15 trillion. The resolution isn't written for that amount. It's written for the $900 billion of this year's budget. We can agree that we must reduce military spending. I think we all agree on that. And we know that the DoD has never passed a comprehensive financial audit. We can agree that Trump's proposed $1.15 trillion budget, a 42% increase over this year, is egregious. That's their 50% right there. However, that's a proposed budget and still appropriation process, and so we should be addressing that one, and he did, but that's not in here. The U.S. military is the largest employer in the United States, with 2 million active duty and reserve soldiers, 700,000 civilians, military contractors who employ people in sectors like manufacturing, logistics, transportation, construction, professional services. This resolution shows a 50% as this arbitrary number. In here, it doesn't call out specifically, it says bases, but there's no research, no support. We need clarity and focus when we talk about eliminating military budgets. He's not considering the downstream effects of the quality of life for military families on cities whose economies rely on the U.S. military, like Bremerton and Tacoma. Tacoma owes our diversity to the U.S. military. There are a lot of people of color who are in the military. We need to make sure that this language is more specific so that we can assure our constituents that their livelihoods will not be affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel? Rachel Snow? Yeah, okay.
Hello, fellow members of the Washington State Democratic Convention. My name is Rachel Snell, and I'm a delegation vice chair for the 37th LD, and I also serve on the board for the 37th Legislative District Democrats as an alternate for the King County Democrats Central Committee. I am proud to speak in favor of our resolution to cut U.S. military spending. The military budget has been going up and up, increasing for decades, with no end in sight. We, as grassroots Democrats, need to take a strong stand so that when we take over Congress, we don't end up with a freezing in place of the Pentagon budget, waiting for the next increase. Our $1 trillion budget is way out of proportion to the legitimate defense we need for the country may have. And it is sad that we even need to demand a cut, even with the Democrats in power in the past. Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts just introduced a resolution to cut Pentagon's budget, also by 50%. So this number is not arbitrary, but one that others also think is reasonable. And we can use that money that's we're spending on the Pentagon and use it to improve the quality of life here in America, and especially in this great state of Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Aaron Schrader, and Aaron will come to us via video.
Good day, fellow delegates. I'm Aaron Schrader, and I'm here to speak against this resolution around cutting military spending. I really do want to see us reduce military spending, so I'm for the idea in broad strokes. But this resolution is lacking something vital, something important. Our resolutions are going to be read by these elected officials that we're sending them to, right? We expect that they're going to give us their time and their attention, and then the other part of the bargain is that we're going to present to them a sound argument. And so what this resolution is really missing is justification for this giant claim. It's asking for us to immediately reduce our military spending by a minimum of 50%. And there's no rationale present to why that's the right number, a good number, why it should be done at once versus staged over time. It's missing. That 50%, if minimum, would be about $500 billion in 1 year of a change. That's about 1.5% of the U.S.'s annual total gross domestic product. In some ways, just this number out of the blue makes me think of Trump's tariff policy. It's something that doesn't have a good reason behind it. And so what member of Congress should take us seriously when we come forward without a strong argument? So like I said, I do want to see us reduce our military spending. I am for peace. I'm just against this particular resolution. We have time. This is not something that must be done today or can never occur again. So we could make a great resolution and pass it at the September State Committee meeting, the January State Committee meeting. I want to see that happen, and I want to see us make progress on reducing the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open up the next ballot in just a second, but first a quick chairs update. So today is Father's Day, and I promised my kids I would be home for a commitment that we have at 3:30. So I am going to appoint a temporary chair, John Thompson, to finish out the last ballot and debate. And I just wanted to thank everybody for the opportunity to join you today. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you. And thanks again for the work that you're doing. Really glad for your efforts, and especially pleased that you're all here in the third LD and in Spokane. Okay, now that we've concluded the debate on the next three resolutions to be considered, we're going to move to our third ballot for resolutions and our sixth ballot of the day. I'm going to ask the staff to open the ballot now. A QR code is now displayed behind me. And you can scan that with your phones, or if you're using the laptop, go to the 2026 Convention Google Drive for the links. If you have any problems, go to the back or raise your hand, and the ballots will be open for 7 minutes. Thanks again, and good luck with the final moments of the convention.
Just so everyone knows, I've had a few chairs come up and ask. If anyone wasn't paying attention earlier, that's okay, but the Medicare resolution was withdrawn by the author, so it was taken off the ballot. I'm sorry, it's still on the slides. I haven't had a chance to change them. So, and also the link was wrong on the carbon tax resolution, and that has now been changed. So it is correct now, and there are only two resolutions on this ballot. Sorry, folks. Also, some changes happened really quickly this morning, so these numbers are not completely accurate. We will adjust for the next one. But the ballots are correct, so please continue voting.
For everyone's attention, ballots are now closed. Okay, the results are in. On Resolution 2643, supporting the forest carbon tax and reward, you voted to uphold the committee's recommendation, 640 votes, and it failed by 101. On Resolution 2664, resolution cutting the U.S. military budget, you upheld the committee's recommendation, 401 votes, and the and against
Do not pass.
committee recommendation of do not pass, 346.
Wait, you have to clarify that. Sorry, you have to clarify that.
You want to?
I'm just going to clarify really quickly. So, on the first one, the committee's recommendation of do pass as amended was upheld with 640 votes, and the amendment to the recommendation to turn it to a do not pass failed, receiving 101 votes. The one on the military budget, their committee recommendation was upheld. Their committee recommendation was do not pass. That was upheld with 401 votes. The amendment to change it to do pass failed with 346 votes.
Okay. Okay, moving on to our two urgent resolutions. No,
because it was the one out of order.
Resolution 2623, there's the one, is a resolution changing the designation of precinct committee officers was ruled out of order. So we're moving to the urgent resolution 26-1, a resolution opposing and condemning expanded U.S.-Israel military integration. We have speakers. The first speaker is Mu Nakvi, 4. And then from the floor, we'll need another 4.
We'll need another against.
And then the against, we will have Jan Otis.
No. She's 4.
Oh, she's 4. Excuse me. Oh, you got this. Okay, I understand. And then against will be Hillary Morales.
So you need a speaker from the floor against.
So, speaker 4.
Yeah, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. I am Mujtaba Hussein Naqvi of the 46th Legislative District. I rise in favor of this urgent resolution, which is opposing and condemning expanded U.S.-Israel military integration. Section 224 provision, now number 219 of the National Defense Authorization Act, moves the United States towards entrenched military and intelligence integration with Israel without transparency and oversight such a significant policy shift deserves. We Americans are increasingly questioning unconditional support for any foreign government, yet Congress is responding by embedding these dangerous commitments deeper into the structure of government, making them harder for future judicial, presidential, and congressional bodies to change. This provision also appoints an unelected executive agent to appropriate funding and handle intelligence matters without congressional approvals. Congress should be strengthening oversight, not reducing it. You know, it's quite bold, but Benjamin Netanyahu, in a letter now public, referred to this strategy and this provision as my plan. This provision merits condemnation for the sake of our American sovereignty. Sadly, Representative Adam Smith was instrumental in advancing this provision through committee with Republican Chair Mike Rogers, and they therefore deserve condemnation for this act. This resolution is about transparency, accountability, and an independent foreign policy. We are a sovereign nation. I urge the adoption of this resolution as do pass. Thank you.
So we need a speaker against the resolution from the floor. Could have had Jen.
Yeah, you can call Jen up next.
Okay.
Seeing none, call Jen.
Jen?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we don't have a speaker from the floor against, we'll move to a speaker for.
No, call him Jen. Call
Oh,
him
Jen.
Yeah,
Jen
she's against.
Otis.
No. Sorry, Hillary Malone. Sorry.
Hello. What's it? Hello, I'm David Womack, and I'm not sure about the parliamentarian rules, but I have a point of clarity, I suppose. In the resolution, it calls for no structural integration with any foreign government. So does that mean that if this passes, we're calling for us to back out of NATO? That's my question. I agree with the premise as far, just personally, I agree with the premise as far as we should do all of those things. I'm sorry, okay.
I think it's.
So what the parliamentarian is recommending is we can't answer that question. So the point of order is actually out of order.
Whatever it was, the point of clarification.
Or point of clarification is out of order, because we can't answer that question.
Sorry, John, it's not out of order, it's just we can't give the
Clarification.
Yeah, sorry, you have requested a clarification that can't be given. You've made your point of clarification. It's not out of order, but that's the end of, you've asked the question, you have an answer, and we need to move back to debate. So, it means whatever the reader thinks it means.
So we didn't have someone from the floor. Oh, okay. Can we call on Hillary Morales for against?
I'm against the resolution.
Okay. But Hillary, then you. Yeah.
I would like to state that I believe in humbleness and noting when you are wrong. I initially had risen in against, and after much discussion and thought process, I am withdrawing my decision against, and I stand in full support.
No more speakers in favor, though. I mean, whatever side.
Are you ready?
So let's clarify that. Hillary actually spoke in favor of the resolution because she changed her position prior to letting us know. So we needed a speaker against. So mic number 2, you're against.
Right.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Gary Edwards, Legislative District 4. So I was born in 1941. And at the time I was being born in March, Hitler was throwing Jews into gas ovens and crematoriums and starting a campaign of Holocaust. So that's a true example of a Holocaust. When it comes to, I've been a supporter of Israel since then. Israel has been invaded 5 times since it became a country in 1949. The day after the United Nations accepted Israel as a nation, 11 Arab nations started attacking Israel, and despite being overpowered, outnumbered, and underfunded, the Israels prevailed in that first battle. Since then, Israel has concluded peace treaties with Jordan and Egypt, and that has resulted in positive results. Those nations are getting along fine with Israel. So basically, the pattern has been that Arab countries attack Israel, Israel responds and beats the Arabs, and then the Arabs go crying to the United Nations to bail them out and to impose ceasefires on Israel. So I'm asking you to remember that Jews are 77% of the Jews are Democrats. We have nothing to gain by alienating our friends and everything to win. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had 2 speakers for, 1 speaker against. We are moving then on to the next urgent resolution.
Just point of order, would it be in order for this woman to cede the remainder of her time, about 1 minute and 45 seconds, to the other speaker since she flipped in the middle of it? Okay.
No. Microphone number 2.
Point of clarification. So I just wanted to make a point of clarification about the previous point of clarification, which was asking whether it would be talking about leaving NATO. In the resolution, it states specifically Israel and further such integrations. So it does not mention previous integrations or alliances.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next urgent resolution. It's
We do still need another against.
Apologies. Landon McDade with 44th. I have a point of information. Hillary, that came up here before, she didn't make any arguments for or against. She just said that she was not going to speak on the matter. So I don't know how that counts as a. Does that still count as a point four?
She rose in debate. She said, "I support this resolution." After thinking about it, that is speaking in favor of the resolution, and it would be unfair to treat it otherwise. Since she came up, that's the basis of the ruling.
All right, thank you for your time.
Okay, moving on to 26-2, the other urgent resolution condemning the DNC Rules and Bylaw Committee's rejection of ranked choice voting for presidential primary elections. We have Speaker 4, Sharon Abreu. And then we need a speaker against from the floor.
Hold on, wait 1 second. Can we...
So let's clarify. Because this is an urgent resolution, we can have 5 speakers for, 5 speakers against.
Wait. Do you mind if I?
Oh.
Can you guys let me?
If I can interrupt for a moment, here's the distinction. The first urgent resolution that you heard came in time to be considered by the Resolutions Committee, and they made a recommendation and added it to their report. As a result, debate on it was covered by Rule 10A because it was business related to the majority or minority report. This urgent resolution came in too late to be considered, and it is a motion essentially to take up business that's not run through a committee, and it is governed by Rule 10B, which has 2 effects. There is no pre-structured debate on this. If people want to debate 5 people aside, then we can go up to 5 people aside, or we can stop any point short. It's just a different situation. Had it come in a week sooner and been considered by the committee, okay, it meets the requirement for urgency, but it did not get in time to have a committee recommendation. So.
Okay, moving on. Sharon?
I'm Sharon Abreu from LD40. I started supporting the idea of ranked choice voting when I learned about it in 2004. I witnessed people agonizing over their vote in presidential primaries because they were afraid of either throwing away their vote or splitting the vote between candidates and ending up with one they really didn't want. I thought, why are we putting ourselves through this when there's a way we can vote for who we believe is the best candidate without fear? The presidential primary is a nominating contest. When we had caucuses, we had a ranked choice element. That went away when the caucuses were discontinued. Let's bring that element back now for our mail-in ballots. The presidential primary has different rules, but those can and should include ranked choice voting. Let's not have another 2020 where nearly 400,000 Democratic voters effectively threw away their vote when they mailed in their ballot, and then the one candidate they chose dropped out of the race. Let's do what we can to ensure that doesn't happen again. Ranked choice voting would encourage candidates to stay in the race even if there's another candidate who holds similar views. There's much less worry over possible vote splitting. With ranked choice voting, you can vote for your first choice candidate without worrying about splitting the vote in a primary, because you can also vote for your second choice, your third choice, and so on, depending on the rules. No more pressuring a candidate to drop out in order for that candidate not to split the vote. Let's make it easier for the voters to let us know who they really believe is best fit to lead our country without fear. Thank you.
So is there a speaker against?
In that case, may I say something?
Yeah.
Since there's no speaker against, I'm about to leave to catch a flight. I am one of your members on the Rules and Bylaws Committee at the DNC. I'm stepping out of the parliamentarian role since I'm now about to say something affecting this resolution. This resolution, as it was revised last night, only asked the Rules and Bylaws Committee to reconsider its action, a motion that is already in process. And if you look at the video Shasti and I were setting up, moving to reconsideration, to ask for reconsideration. So I personally do not oppose this, whatever you decide to do, but I probably will not be here when the outcome of the vote is known, given my flight schedule. Thanks.
So we have a speaker, number
against.
2 for against.
Against.
Yes.
Bernadine Bank from the 6th LD. Because this is coming up on such short notice and is being perceived as an urgent thing, even though it really won't take effect until 2028 primaries, I think this should go back to the committee and go through the resolutions process in the normal fashion.
So the next speaker for? Point of order.
Chris?
Chris Porter, 34th LD. The point of order I want to make is, while I appreciate the debate, I am stumped by us using the phrase of voting in a particular way and, quote, throwing away our votes. No Democrat, I'm sorry?
That is debate.
Is this, or is it not a?
It's a point of order. What's your point of order?
Yeah, my point of order is that's a language we shouldn't use in a particular time when particularly mail-in ballots are under a scrutiny and fire to, quote, really throw them away.
That's
all.
debate.
Okay. Okay. 4?
My name is Michelle Kelso. I'm from LD6, and I'm speaking in favor of this resolution. Ranked choice voting is already in effect in a number of states and cities as a regular use. It's been used in several states already for their presidential primaries. The DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee has chosen to, from my understanding, prohibit the use of ranked choice voting in presidential primaries. So we're asking other states to now change their ways after they have successfully used it, when we should be asking especially the federal government, to give the choice to the states. It should be a choice of the state whether they want to use ranked choice voting or not. But the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee has taken that choice away. All this resolution is doing is asking the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee to reconsider that and leave the choice with the states as it was before. And that is why I'm in favor of this resolution. Thank you very much for your time.
So do we have another speaker against?
Information.
Point of information.
I would like us, as this is an urgent resolution, I would like, if it's allowed, the DNC committee member to tell us on the why, please.
I'm sorry, he's already left. No, he's right. Oh.
No. Yeah, we have enough. Yes, thank you.
It would be a long explanation as to why. I've been on this issue now for 8 years at the RBC, but essentially we have a brand new committee that is 50 people instead of 30. 2/3 of them are new, and it's a bit of a confusing subject. There was a motion to table that passed, or failed 24-22. People did want to keep talking, but in the urgency of the moment, the proposed ban passed. There are some people who worry about confusion. There are some people who do not understand how you use a proportional system like ranked choice voting in connection with a system that is already proportional, where you have the way the presidential primary works. So there's just some confusion about it. That doesn't mean that the committee necessarily will support it or not support it, but I don't think it should be banned, and I said that on the tape, but I can't give you a further explanation beyond that as to why 50 people voted the way they did. That's the first time this particular expanded committee has taken a vote in connection with ranked choice voting. I could have explained the prior committees, but I can't really explain this one yet. So. One other thing I should indicate, Shasti voted against the ban. I voted in favor of the ban in order to preserve the right to make a motion to reconsider. So whenever you hear how we voted, that's how we voted and why. So.
Okay. We are now looking for a speaker against. Speaker, mic number 2.
Hi, I'm just going to move this. My name is Sarah Tice. I'm from the 40th Legislative District, and I just want to preface this by saying I am an incredible supporter of ranked choice voting, and I think that ranked choice voting would have so many amazing benefits for the presidential nomination process. The reason why I do not support it in this current iteration for presidential primaries is because of the fact that the primaries are staggered. They have a schedule over time. We don't have primaries all on one day. Ranked choice voting would only make sense for a presidential primary if we had the presidential primary all on one day across every state. The reason why is because we allocate delegates proportionally based off of the share of the vote, more or less. So what you're doing by saying, okay, we're going to have ranked choice voting allowed for states is that we're saying, okay, are we going to allocate delegates in these states just to the top two that get to the final two? And if not, what's the point of ranked choice voting if you're not actually going to allocate it? Like, it's just hard to understand how this could be rectified with the current DNC system of the presidential primary. And then that's just what I don't seem to understand. I think that it would likely, honestly, if you're only going to give delegates to the final two, the top two, if you're doing a ranked choice voting system in each state, you're really just going to be benefiting the candidates that are the front runners in the first primary states like Iowa or New Hampshire, which again are predominantly white and whatnot. I'm not going to get into that, but the point is you're actually just kind of benefiting the front runners at the start. You're not allowing people to kind of gain support later on because they're not actually accruing delegates throughout the process, because essentially you're not going to have that allocation system. It's just very confusing, not ranked choice voting, which is very simple, but the process of how this could be implemented in the presidential primary if we do not simplify the primary process to all one day, which I think it should. So I just want to clarify on that.
Okay. Someone for?
Hi, Thea Zahn, LD20, and I'm speaking for. And one of the things that we have that I mean, this actually falls on pretty well, is that when we allocate our delegates, there's a certain threshold below which somebody doesn't get delegates. So if they were ranked, then the people who vote for that candidate who would not get any delegates, their vote would go to someone who does get delegates. So it would matter. So their vote would matter. And that's what is important in democracy, is that knowing that your vote matters. Because this is one of the big issues we've had with the Democratic Party in the past two presidential primaries, is that people felt like their vote didn't matter. And then they disengage from the process. And then we get elections like 2024 and 2016. We don't need that again. So let's adopt ranked choice voting so that we can have people's votes count.
Okay, we need a speaker against. If we do not have a speaker against, that closes debate, and we'll move on to the seventh ballot. This will be the final ballot. We will move to the ballot on a seventh ballot of the day. I'm going to ask the staff to please open up the ballot now, and the QR code is now on display behind us, behind me on the screen, that you can scan with your phone or open this ballot. If you are using a laptop, the 2026 convention Google Drive has all of the links for all of the ballots, and this will be the ballot number 7 in that document. We'll have 7 minutes to ensure everyone has the ability to vote. Thank you. We're down to 1 minute for balloting. Thirty seconds.
Okay, John, you got 8 seconds.
Yep.
You should gavel back in.
Ballots are closed. We'll have results in just a minute. But while we're waiting, for those who are going back towards traveling I-90, the DOT has advised that there is a delay on I-90 from Cle Elum to Snoqualmie Pass. So just want to let you know that if you run into a delay,
It's not that bad.
okay, Isabella is going to read the results of the last two resolutions.
All right, folks, for our last two resolutions and our final ballot of the day. For the resolution, the first urgent resolution, the do passes prevail with 629 votes. The do not passes did not prevail with 104 votes. The second urgent resolution also had a do pass prevail with 548 votes. And the do not pass had 181 votes. Thank you so much, everybody.
So before we leave, I'm going to hand the gavel back to our chair.
Thank you, John. Okay, folks. I just wanted to say a huge thank you for all of you for hanging with us and for doing the work of democracy, for making our party better. I want to thank Isabella for leading. And I think it deserves a standing ovation. I want to thank the whole staff for helping to make this convention happen. Like I said earlier, it was a year that we've been working on this. I want to thank our host city, Spokane, for being incredible hosts. Thank you, Spokane. Thank you. All of you can keep your lanyards and your credentials. If people were coming from home in your delegations, we have a bunch of booklets that we'd love for you to take home to people. That's out there. And then we got some history done today. The reparations part of the platform is the first in the nation amongst a lot of other great stuff in the platform. So, with that, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I love being a part of this party with every single one of you. Thank you. Get home safely. And with that, the business is done. We are gavelled out.